Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep. On 6th of November, last Sunday, we launched All India Prelims Test Series. It was a free-for-all test, a full-length test series. And today we are here to discuss all the 100 questions that were asked in test number 1, which was conducted last Sunday. Next Sunday, on 12th of November, there's going to be another test, a free-for-all, but this time it's going to be a sectional test on Indian polity. The syllabus is available on our app as well as on the website. Should you wish to attempt that test, please go through the syllabus, prepare thoroughly. See you next Sunday, 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. and evaluate yourself before UPSC evaluates you. We'll discuss all the 100 questions, starting with polity, followed by economics, then history, then geography, science and technology, environment and ecology, so on and so forth. Let's look at all the polity questions one by one. Question number 1. Consider the following statements with regards to elections in India. Use of electronic voting machines completely eliminates the possibility of casting invalid votes. But first up, a suggestion. Whenever you see a question with multiple statements and you have to answer whether these statements are correct, how many statements are correct, against the statements, mention C if the statement is correct, I if the statement is incorrect. So it becomes easy for you to pick the right answer. Use of EVMs completely eliminates the possibility of casting invalid votes. This is correct. Why? Because one advantage of an electronic voting machine, which was introduced for the first time in 1982 in Paravarur by-election in Kerala. But this election was rendered null and void by the Supreme Court because the law, Representation of the People Act 1951, at that time provided for elections only through ballot papers and not through an electronic voting machine. The law was amended in the later 1980s to provide for elections through EVMs as well. So this election, by-election to Paravarur constituency in Kerala, where EVMs were used for the first time, it was declared null and void. But the advantage of an electronic voting machine is that it completely eliminates the invalid votes. Because in ballot paper era, when a voter had to mark his or her preference, while marking the preference, there used to be a lot of errors, so that once we count these votes, we are not able to understand whether this vote is for candidate A or candidate B. But with the introduction of an electronic voting machine, you press the button, there is absolutely no scope for an invalid vote. And the problem with invalid vote was something else as well, which can be relevant for your exam. Suppose there are 5 candidates contesting the election. Candidate A bagged 48,000 votes. Candidate B bagged 46,000 votes. Who is the winner from this constituency? Candidate A. But because of the ballot paper era, sometimes the number of invalid votes would be 5,000. So the difference between the winner and the loser would sometimes be less than the number of invalid votes polled in that constituency, which goes against the concept of elections in that case, against democracy. Because it may be possible that majority of these invalid votes may have been polled in favor of candidate B, yet candidate B is the loser and candidate A is the winner. That was one big flaw with the use of ballot papers, which has been completely eliminated with the use of an electronic voting machine. Statement 2, during elections, no minister, including the Prime Minister, is allowed to combine their official visit with electioneering work under the provisions of Model Code of Conduct. What is the purpose of a Model Code of Conduct? The idea is to ensure a level playing field. And this level playing field can be ensured if a minister has an equal opportunity to win the election as the opposition candidate, as the candidate belonging to the opposition political party. One way of ensuring this is that a minister should not combine his official work with the electioneering, with the campaigning. But Prime Minister has been given few exemptions because of the security angle involved. And the exemption given to the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister can combine his official duty with electioneering work, has come under a lot of criticism over the past few years. If the statement would have mentioned excluding, then the statement would have been correct. But Prime Minister is not included, which means Prime Minister does have an exemption. In a sense, he can mix and combine election work with the official work. Other ministers cannot. So during elections, no minister, excluding the Prime Minister, is allowed to combine official duty with electioneering work. So the statement is incorrect. The first two general elections in India after independence were held simultaneously along with all the state assemblies. So this reform, which is under consideration, which has been floated by the Honorable Prime Minister, supported by Election Commission of India as well, one nation, one election, where we want to conduct elections to Lok Sabha and all the state legislative assemblies simultaneously. This is not a new idea. In fact, the first few general elections till 1967 were held simultaneously. It was only in the late 1960s with the blatant misuse, abuse, overuse, hyperuse of Article 356, where the president's rule was imposed in various states, that this simultaneous election, this cycle got stopped, and then we entered into a cycle of periodic elections, regular elections. So this statement is correct. Representation of the People Act gives power to the Election Commission of India to deregister a political party for electoral offences defined in the Act. What is the statement? Correct, incorrect? This is incorrect. Why? Because Election Commission does not have the power to deregister a political party. And that's the irony. Irony in the sense, India is a vibrant, flourishing democracy. And India is a vibrant, flourishing democracy thanks to political parties. Because political parties, they campaign, they participate in the elections, and through these elections, they want to capture political power, they want to form the government. So India survives as a vibrant, flourishing democracy thanks to the political parties. But the Constitution of India does not talk about political parties. In fact, the only mention that we have in the Constitution vis-a-vis a political party is an anti-defection law. An election commission has the power to recognize a political party, not to de-recognize a political party. How many statements given above are correct? Only 2. B is the right answer. Let's look at another question, the question number 6 in your test. With reference to recently released Global Gender Report 2022, which includes the Gender Gap Index, which one of the following statements is correct? There can be questions asked in your examination which you have not heard of. In a sense, you have read about Gender Gap Report, but you don't know what is the right answer to this question. This is where you will have to make an intelligent guess. A lot of guesswork to do, but the guesswork has to be intelligent. How? Let's look at the statements and see which of these statements can or appear to be true. As per the report, the time required by the world to achieve gender parity has consistently reduced over the last decade. When you think of it, you will immediately realize that this is incorrect. Why? Because the COVID-19 pandemic, according to various reports, it has had a negative impact on the gender gap as well. We thought we are going to minimize this gap, we are going to reduce this gap, but the COVID-19 pandemic has basically accelerated the gap between the two genders. So what we thought we could achieve in less possible time is going to take even longer because of COVID-19. So as per report, time required by the world to achieve gender parity has consistently reduced? No, it has increased because of COVID-19 pandemic. Statement B, the ranking of India has improved as compared to previous edition of the Gender Gap Index. You would not know maybe because by then you would have to understand, you would have to remember and memorize what was the ranking of India this year and last year. So let's leave it here. India has performed better than all its neighbors in the present Gender Gap Index. You can make it out that this is an incorrect statement because our neighbors are doing better than others when it comes to the gender gap. Countries such as Bangladesh, Nepal, even Sri Lanka. So this is incorrect. As per the index, India is among the bottom 10 countries in terms of political empowerment. And this was also in the news because in New Zealand something happened. More than 50% of the legislators are now women. and there are already talks of and demands for a women's reservation. But India is doing particularly well when it comes to the political empowerment of women. We have the woman president, President of India, the woman. We also have chief ministers who are women. So politically, we have been empowering women. In fact, we are amongst the top 50 countries of the world when it comes to political empowerment. So this is incorrect. So what is left? Statement B is the right answer. And in fact, the ranking of India is 135. It used to be 140 previously. So the ranking of India has improved as compared to the previous edition of the Gender Gap Index. B is the right answer. Let's look at another question. Which of the following statements is or are correct with reference to conviction of a legislator by court? Automatic disqualification of a sitting legislator convicted in a criminal case is subject to Speaker's and Chairman's discretion, regardless of what has happened in the Azam Khan case, where Azam Khan was disqualified, his seat was declared vacant by the Speaker, but there is another legislator who is also convicted for a crime, but his seat has not been declared vacant. But what is the law saying? There used to be Section 8, Clause 4 of the Representation of the People Act 1951, under which if I'm a legislator and I'm convicted by a court of law, let's say a district court, a trial court, for a term of 2 or more years, I was not immediately disqualified. I had 3 months to appeal against this judgment before a higher court. If High Court also says you are guilty, you're sentenced to a jail term of 2 or more years, even then I was not disqualified. I had 3 months to approach the Supreme Court and get a suitable judgment from the Supreme Court. So long story short, a lawbreaker, me, continues as a lawmaker because of Section 8, Clause 4. And it was in a landmark Lily Thomas versus Union of India case way back in 2013 that Supreme Court said this Section 8, Clause 4 is unconstitutional. Which means now as soon as you are convicted by the court, you are immediately, automatically disqualified as a legislator. And this decision is not subject to the Speaker's or Chairman's discretion. So this is incorrect. Automatic disqualification is subject to Speaker's, Chairman's discretion? No. Election Commission of India under Representation of the People Act 1951 has the authority to reduce the period of disqualification of a person convicted in a case for contesting election. This is correct. Why? According to Section 11 of Representation of the People Act, Election Commission of India. But in writing, they have to mention in writing why, on what grounds, why are we reducing the period of disqualification for an individual. So Election Commission of India can, but in writing, give an explanation why we are reducing the period of disqualification. And this happened with the Chief Minister of Sikkim, who was disqualified, but then his disqualification period was reduced to 1 year by Election Commission of India. So Election Commission of India does have that power. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. B, 2 only is the right answer. Another question number 25, part of your test. Which of the following statements are exclusive powers of the Rajya Sabha? Rajya Sabha alone can initiate a move for the removal of the Vice President of India. Correct? Under Article 67, Clause B, the motion calling for the removal of the Vice President of India can be initiated only in Rajya Sabha. But yes, once Rajya Sabha passes this resolution by effective majority, this motion should be agreed upon by Lok Sabha. And Lok Sabha has to agree to this by passing this resolution by simple majority. So both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha has a role. They have a role in the removal of the Vice President of India. But this process can be initiated only in Rajya Sabha. And that's the exclusive power of Rajya Sabha. Statement 2, a resolution calling for discontinuance of national emergency can be passed only by Rajya Sabha. Incorrect. National emergency has been imposed by the President of India on the advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister, Cabinet headed by the Prime Minister. But this national emergency has to be approved by both houses of the Parliament by special majority within 1 month. But then an exclusive power is given to Lok Sabha. Exclusive power under Article 352, Clause 8, that if members of Lok Sabha write to the President, if Lok Sabha is not in session, they will have to write to the President. If Lok Sabha is in session, they have to write to the Speaker that we need a discussion, a special discussion on national emergency. And if a resolution is passed in this special sitting of Lok Sabha by a special majority, the national emergency shall have to be revoked by the President of India. So this resolution calling for the discontinuance of national emergency, it is an exclusive power of Lok Sabha, not of Rajya Sabha. Statement 3, Rajya Sabha can authorize the Parliament to make a law on a subject enumerated in the state list. That is Article 249 for you. Under Article 249, if it is in the national interest, then Rajya Sabha can pass a resolution by 2/3 of the members present and voting and authorize the Parliament that you can pass a law, enact a law on any item mentioned in the state list. This is a special power of Rajya Sabha given to Rajya Sabha because Rajya Sabha is the Council of States. Rajya Sabha represents the interests of states in the Parliament. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. 1 and 3. C is the right answer. So now you can make out how easy it is now to answer the questions if you are mentioning C and I against the statements. Another question with reference to the promulgation of the ordinance. Consider the following statements. The power of President and Governor to promulgate an ordinance is subject to legislative control. President under Article 123, Governor under Article 213 can promulgate an ordinance. Yes. But then once this ordinance is promulgated, within 6 weeks, when the legislature assembles again, within 6 weeks, this ordinance has to be replaced by a bill. And the minister who introduces this bill, he or she will have to explain to the Parliament what was the urgency, what was the tearing hurry in bringing an ordinance and not waiting for the Parliament to convene. That is why we say the power of the President and the Governor to promulgate an ordinance is subject to legislative control, correct? An ordinance restricting freedom of trade and commerce within a state cannot be made by the Governor without instructions from the President. In center-state relations, you might have studied that there are certain bills which cannot be introduced in the legislature without the prior consent from the President of India. One such bill is if a bill tries to impose restriction on interstate trade and commerce. Not just interstate trade and commerce under Article 304, but also within that state, if you want to impose restriction on the freedom of trade and commerce, you have to get the prior consent of the President of India. So that's a bill. So for an ordinance also, you cannot introduce or promulgate this ordinance without the prior consent from the President of India. So this is correct. Statement 3, the power to issue ordinance is derived from the doctrine of separation of powers. No, in fact, it is considered to be the violation of the doctrine of separation of powers. Separation of powers, which is attributed to the French philosopher Montesquieu, basically talks about legislature, whose primary job should be to make laws, executive, whose primary job should be to implement the laws, and the judiciary, which should sit on the judgment and provide justice to the people. So these three organs of the state should be separate from each other. One should not influence the other. But what is an ordinance? It is a law passed by the executive, whereas the law should ideally be passed by the legislature. So promulgating an ordinance is not derived from separation of powers, because separation of powers would say ordinance should not exist because it is promulgated by the executive bypassing the legislature. So it's basically a violation of this separation of powers. So which of the statements given above are correct? A, 1 and 2 is the right answer. Let's look at another question with reference to freedom of religion. Under the Indian Constitution, consider the following statements. Number 1, unlike the religious freedom of an individual, the right to freedom of religion of a group is subject to other fundamental rights enshrined in Part 3 of the Constitution. If you look at other fundamental rights, Constitution gives you a list of fundamental rights and then imposes restriction. For example, Article 19(1)(a), freedom of speech and expression. On one hand, first the Constitution is giving you freedom of speech and expression. But then Article 19 Clause 2 imposes restrictions. That your freedom of speech and expression is subject to sovereignty and integrity of India, security of the state, public order, friendly relations with foreign countries, contempt of court, defamation, morality, incitement to an offense. So first a fundamental right is given and then the reasonable restrictions are imposed. But when it comes to religious freedom, religious rights, something reverse. First restriction is imposed, then fundamental right is given. Subject to public order, health and morality, you will have freedom of conscience, freedom to profess, practice and propagate your religion. But it is not only subject to public order, morality, health, but it is also subject to other fundamental rights mentioned under Part 3 of the Constitution. Not just Article 25, which talks about individual rights, individual religious freedoms, but also Article 26, which talks about group rights available to a religious denomination. Wherein Article 26 says, all religious denominations, they have the fundamental right to manage an institution for charitable purposes, for other purposes, religious purposes. So whether it is an individual right under Article 25 or a group right under Article 26, it's subject to other fundamental rights. So the statement is, unlike religious freedom of an individual, right to freedom of religion of a group is subject to other fundamental rights. No, not unlike, because both these fundamental rights are subject to other fundamental rights. In a sense, unlike phrase would mean that religious freedom of an individual is not subject to other fundamental rights. But the right to religious freedom of a group is subject to other fundamental rights. Both are subject to other fundamental rights. That's why the statement is incorrect. The doctrine of essential religious practices that is used to determine practices essential to a religion is applicable both to Article 25 and 26. Correct. Essential religious practices, which was innovated by the Supreme Court in a landmark Shurur Math case, wherein now the judiciary will have the power to decide what are the essential features of a religion which can get protection under the Constitution. This is applicable to Article 25 as well as 26. So which of these statements given above are correct? B, 2 only is the right answer. Another question. Supreme Court, High Courts and District Courts. Which of the following statements with reference to contempt of court? And which of these statements are correct? Supreme Court, High Courts, District Courts are authorized to issue contempt notices. Incorrect. Supreme Court can, High Court can, District Courts can't. District Courts do not have the power to punish people for contempt. But that doesn't mean you can commit contempt of a District Court. If you commit contempt of a District Court, then the concerned High Court will punish you for contempt. But High Court itself cannot punish you for contempt, cannot issue contempt proceedings. Statement number 2, contempt of court is a ground to impose reasonable restrictions on the exercise of freedom of speech and expression. Correct, because it's a reasonable restriction under Article 19 Clause 2 on 19(1)(a), which is freedom of speech and expression. In the case of a Supreme Court, the Attorney General's consent is mandatory when a private citizen wants to initiate a case of contempt of court against a person. Correct. So only 2 statements are correct. C is the right answer. Somebody has committed contempt of court. For example, me. What are the ways in which I can get punished? One is, if the Attorney General approaches the Supreme Court and says this person has committed contempt, please punish him. The second manner is, if the Supreme Court suo motu on its own decides to take up my case and punishes me. Then there is a third manner. A private citizen, you can approach the court saying, punish this person for committing contempt of the Supreme Court. But for you have to take the permission, the approval of the Attorney General first. If the Attorney General gives you the consent, gives you the permission, gives you the approval, only then this case will be heard by the Supreme Court. And this power is given to the Attorney General in these contempt of court proceedings. This power is given to save the time of the court. So see, only two statements are correct. Another question. Which one of the following would violate the basic structure of Indian Constitution? Basic structure, which was propounded by the Supreme Court on 24th of April 1973, when 13 judges by the majority of 7:6 in a landmark Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala, the Supreme Court innovated a doctrine called the doctrine of basic structure. According to this doctrine, there are some essential features, fundamental features of a constitution which legislature cannot touch, which nobody can touch, which no amendment can violate. One such basic structure is judicial review. Let's look at the statements. Keeping election disputes involving the speaker outside the jurisdiction of all courts. So if there is an election dispute, we will give the power to the speaker to decide on this dispute, and we will keep the judiciary away from it. Then what are we violating? Judicial review. Which means then the role of the speaker, the decision of the speaker will become final and binding, which cannot be appealed before any other court of this country, which would violate one basic structure, which is judicial review. So keeping election disputes involving a speaker outside the jurisdiction of all the courts, this would violate basic structure. Let's look at other options. Suspension of enforcement of Article 19 during national emergency under Article 352. Article 19 is automatically suspended when external emergency is imposed. Reorganization of all states and union territories in India. This is a power that is available with the Parliament under Article 3. So how would it violate a basic structure or any basic structure? Empowering the district courts with writ jurisdiction. You are basically expanding the power of the courts. That also would not violate the basic structure. So A is the right answer. With reference to the Anti-Defection Law, consider the following statements. 1. An MLA holding a position in another political party without resigning from his existing political party will be exempt from the purview of anti-defection law, which means an MLA who is holding a position of power in another political party, but he basically belongs to political party Y. This is a classic case of defection, and it is not exempt from anti-defection law. In fact, this is the real reason why anti-defection law was enacted in the first place. So this is incorrect. In absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker is empowered to conduct the disqualification proceedings under the law. That's correct. Speaker or deputy speaker. The Supreme Court can remove a minister against whom a disqualification petition is pending under Article 142 of the Constitution. Right or wrong? Correct. 2 and 3, D is the right answer. Under Article 142 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court can issue any order so as to give complete justice. And in fact, in anti-defection law case, Article 142 was used when a two-judge bench of the Supreme Court, headed by Justice Rohinton Fali Nariman, invoked Article 142 and removed a minister, T. Shyam Kumar, who was a minister in Manipur government. He was previously with the Congress, then joined the BJP, became a minister, was not disqualified by the speaker under anti-defection law. Matter went to the court. The Supreme Court said enough is enough. We are invoking a plenary power under Article 142 and removing the minister. Another question, which of the following statements are correct with reference to the powers of a district council under the 6th schedule of the Constitution? Under the 6th schedule, dealing with states such as Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Tripura, there are 10 districts in these 4 states which are created as some form of autonomous districts. And the idea behind 6th schedule is not only to protect the economic interests of tribals, but also their social customs. That is why in these 6 schedule areas, the tribes, they govern themselves, pass laws related to their marriage, divorce, also collection of various taxes, tolls. They enact laws for education and other purposes. So statement 1, making of laws related to land and forests. Which of the following statements are correct with reference to the powers of the district council, which are treated as autonomous councils? These district councils will have the power to make laws related to land and forests, yes, to protect their economic interest. Constitution, of course, for trial of cases between the tribes, yes, correct. Making regulations for the control of money lending and trading by non-tribals, correct. Collection of land revenue, correct. These all 4 are the powers of the district council. So D, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the right answer. Now the last question on Indian polity. And after that, Sham sir will discuss the economics questions. India adopted quasi-federalism that made the union government and state governments interdependent on each other, latter more vis-a-vis the former. Which of the following can be considered as the reasons for the same? Our constitution is neither completely unitary nor completely federal. It has a beautiful mix of both federalism as well as unitary features. And that's why the term used for Indian constitution is, it's a quasi-federal structure. Which of the following are the reasons why we created a quasi-federal structure? Partition of India and safeguarding the integrity of the nation. Correct. 1947, India got independence, but with a price, the country was to be partitioned, unfortunately on the grounds of religion. Now to protect whatever was left, whatever was remaining, we had to ensure that center has more powers with respect to the states, so that the unity, integrity and sovereignty of the nation is upheld. That's why we resorted to a quasi-federal structure. Need for a national civic identity, correct? We are a land of diversity, caste diversity, regional diversity, linguistic diversity, food diversity, so much diversity, religious diversity, yet to ensure that these regional diversities or regional identities take a back seat and a national identity glues the country together. That's why we resorted to a constitution which gives more power to the center as against the state. Third, vision of building a welfare state, so that even if there are states which are not performing well in terms, they cannot generate resources to implement the welfare agenda. They don't have enough resources to implement social security schemes. But doesn't matter, the center will have the money collected from various states and will distribute this money in the form of various schemes so that there is equitable development of all areas in this country. Elevation of inter-regional economic inequality. That's precisely the reason why we sort of ensured that we have to give more powers to the center as against the states. So all these are the reasons why India adopted quasi-federalism, wherein union governments, the center has more powers vis-a-vis the states. These are the questions asked in last Sunday's first full-length test conducted on November 6th. Still preparing? Take a look at the schedule for the next test coming Sunday. You can watch the final match of the T20 World Cup after that. 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. finish this test, then you can watch the match, but please attempt the test. Now see you next Sunday. Now Sham sir, I would request him to come here and discuss the remaining questions. Thank you.
Good evening everyone. Let's start discussing the questions that have appeared in the mega mock from the subject of Indian economy. Starting with question number 1, with reference to currency practices monitoring list or currency manipulators watch list, which was recently seen in the news, consider the following statements. Now before solving this question, certain important points here. Very often you come across this concept of currency manipulators, that is countries being designated as currency manipulators. This report of watch list or currency manipulator list is published by the USA government. Specifically within the USA government, it is published by the Department of Treasury. Now many will simply say, sir, what do you mean by Department of Treasury here? Just like we have Finance Ministry in India, in USA we have Department of Treasury. And this department twice in each year will publish this report, and in this report they will basically observe what other countries or the trading partners of USA are doing in terms of manipulating their currencies. Now why this is important? Why is USA doing it? Just take a simple, very simple example. If China devalues currency, imagine China devalues its currency. If China devalues its currency, don't you think the trade between India and China, right, will be disrupted? Disrupted in the sense, the trade will become more in favor of China and against India. In the same way, China devalues its currency, USA will not be happy with it. India, let's say, intervenes in the forex market a lot, or the Reserve Bank of India will intervene in the forex market a lot, USA will not be happy with it. That is a precise reason. The department, based on 3 parameters, I repeat 3 parameters. 1, does the country have a current account surplus with USA? To what extent the central banker is intervening in the forex market? And based on many of these parameters, if only 2 of the parameters are satisfied, the Department of Treasury will keep these countries in the currency manipulators watch list. Now let's solve the question here. It is published by the USA or the US Department of Treasury. Already we have discussed, statement 1 is correct. Second, India has never been placed in the monitoring list. If you have been reading the newspapers, let's say even Hindu for that matter, you would realize that multiple times India has been placed on this list and has been removed from the list. India has never been placed on the list. Second statement is wrong. Inclusion in the list will immediately attract penalties and sanctions. This statement, even this particular statement, is wrong for a very simple reason. Whenever the countries are included in the list, automatically or immediately the penalties are not imposed. There is a provision which says that the USA government can impose or take certain actions, but immediately these actions are not imposed. So third statement is also wrong here. So how many of the above statements given are incorrect? Two of the statements are incorrect. Right option for the question will be option C, only two statements. Let me go to the question number 8 now. Which of the following are the possible impacts of rising bond yield? Now many of you will be confused regarding the concept of bond yield here. The logic is very simple. Whenever you talk about bonds, there is a term called as coupon. Coupon is the rate of interest. Coupon is nothing but the rate of interest. For example, imagine you purchase a bond and in the bond it is written you will get 8% rate of interest. That is called as a coupon. But this 8% is upon, let's say, the face value of the bond, assuming the face value, that is the value of the bond, 100 rupees. Which means if you purchase a bond by paying 100, annually you will earn how much interest on this? 8% interest on it. But this is a very interesting fact now. The bonds which are purchased by you, you can sell them in the market. Be it either corporate bonds or even the government bonds. If I purchase a bond in the market, I can again sell it in the market. In simple terms, these are traded in the market. And when you sell the bonds and purchase the bonds in the market, simple. When these are bought and sold in the market, the prices of the bonds will change. For example, imagine here is a person, or let's say investor 1. They will purchase the bond by paying 100 rupees, that is the value of the bond. But this investor in the market will end up selling this bond maybe at a price 102 rupees or even 97 rupees. In simple terms, understand the logic here. Based on the supply and demand forces in the market, the bonds can be sold at a price above 100 or at a price below 100 rupees. And whenever the second investor, that is I2, will purchase the bond either at above or below 100, they will earn 8% upon 100 rupees. But imagine they have invested 97 rupees. So if their investment is 97, after 1 year, they will still earn 8 rupees. So the returns on the bond is going to change. So understand the logic here. Coupon is the rate of interest on the value of the bond, that is 100 rupees. But the yield will keep on changing in the market because the market prices of the bonds will change. Yield automatically changes. But for UPSC requirement, simply remember one formula. The market price of the bond is inversely proportional to the yield rate of the bond. This is very, very important. Remember this. The market price of the bond is inversely proportional to the yield rate of the bond. Now, let's look at the question. Which of the following are the possible impacts of rising bond yield in the market? Repayment of public debt will become costlier. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 1 is correct. Let me explain. Imagine you are the Prime Minister. Again, hypothetically, imagine you are the Prime Minister. Now, your government has issued a bond. This year, the coupon rate, or let's say the interest rates in the market is, let's say, 5%. Which means if you issue a bond worth 100 rupees, you are going to pay a coupon of 5 rupees annually. But next year, again you want to issue bonds in the market, but the yield rate in the market has increased. It has increased to 6%. It has increased to 7%. Now, when the yield rate is higher in the market, if you issue a bond offering 5% coupon rate, nobody will purchase it. Right? If you are still confused, I'll just simplify it much further. Imagine you have two options. In one instrument, you will get 5% interest rate, and in the second instrument, you will get 6% interest rate. As an investor, assuming ceteris paribus, everything else is same, you will have to invest, a rational investor, you will invest in the second instrument because the returns is higher. So as a government, now you don't have any option because the yield rate is higher, you will have to offer a higher coupon rate or the interest rate on the bond. And when you offer a higher interest rate or a coupon rate, automatically repayment of the debt will become more costlier for the government. So first statement is correct. Second, capital flow into the equity market will increase. No. when the yield rate in the bond market is higher, that is the rate of returns is higher in the bond market, investors will prefer to invest in the bond market rather than in the equity market. So capital flow into the equity market will increase. Second statement is wrong. It shows an inflationary tendency in the market. Imagine you have invested, but you are earning 5% interest rate. Inflation rate is 4%. Will you be happy with such type of investments? I'll repeat it again so that it is clear to you. Imagine you have invested in certain security and the returns on the security is 5%. Inflation rate itself is 4%. Are you happy with the returns? You should not be. Many of you ask me, sir, why? Why should I not be happy? Because I'm getting the same from the banking sector right now. Because understand this, because there is inflation of 4% in the market, the actual returns you are earning is not 5%. In fact, it is only 1%. The real rate of returns. What is the real rate of returns? Whenever you start accounting for the inflation rate from the rate of returns and what you get after that, it is called as real rate of returns. So whenever there is inflation in the market, what will happen to the bond yield? Bond yield should automatically increase. The rate of returns in the market should automatically increase. So the third statement, it is correct. It shows there is inflation in the market. Fourth one, the net profit margins of the companies may be reduced. Yes, statement is correct. Let me explain. Situation 1, or let's say last year. Last year, you issued a bond of 100 rupees and the coupon rate was, let's say, 4%, which means annually you will have to pay 4 rupees in the form of interest. But this year, because the yield rate is higher, you will have to offer a higher interest rate. You will issue a bond worth 100 rupees, but now you will offer 6% coupon rate. Now, as a result of this, rather than paying 4 rupees that you used to pay interest in the last year, now you will have to pay 6 rupees. Now, can I simply make certain inferences here? If you are going to pay more interest, your expenditure will increase. And if your expenditures will increase, your profitability will automatically start going down. So look at the fourth statement. The net profit margins, in simple terms, the profits of the company may be reduced. Fourth statement is correct. So 1, 3 and 4 are correct. You are supposed to find how many statements are correct. Right option for this question will be option C, only 3 statements. Let me go to the next question, question number 12. Consider the following statements with reference to Shrestha scheme, which was recently seen in the news. This has been one of the very important schemes launched by Ministry of Social Justice. Factual question has been asked here. But many of you are concerned about schemes. Generally, UPSC tends to ask a question on scheme. Keeping in mind that particular trend of UPSC, we have asked a question on one of the schemes that was there very recently in the newspaper. The Ministry of Social Justice has implemented or has launched this scheme where we want to target certain tribal areas, identify certain children which will be provided with residential schooling. Very good quality residential schooling, but there are certain catches, certain conditions here. Look at the statements. It provides a scholarship for higher education for students who belong to scheduled caste and scheduled or scheduled tribe category. Statement 1 is wrong. Why? It doesn't provide scholarship for higher education. No. It will provide scholarship for high school education. Remember this, right? It is not higher education. It is high school education. Many of you ask me, sir, higher education means what? Graduation. If you apply for a graduation or if you take a course for graduation, that is called as higher education. So first statement is wrong, factual statement. Second, beneficiaries of the scheme will be selected through an entrance test conducted by National Testing Agency. Statement is factually correct. National Testing Agency, NTA, has announced a new test, NATS, and under that they are going to conduct and identify the eligible beneficiaries. Third one, there is no income criteria for the scheme, right? Again, this is out and out a very, very extreme statement. Why I'm saying extreme statement? If you see, the objective of Government of India in the current situation is not to provide subsidies or let's say welfare payments to everybody in India. We want to target. We want to bring in certain conditions so that we'll be able to identify the right beneficiary and provide the welfare to these beneficiaries. So in that context, look at the third statement. There is no income criteria for the scheme. Many of the schemes that have been launched by the Government of India is trying to introduce the income criteria. So the third statement is wrong. There is an income criteria of 2.5 lakh rupees per annum parental income. So 1 is wrong, 3 is wrong, 2 is correct. You need to find out which is the correct statement. Right option for the question is option C, only 2. Let me go to the question number 18 now. Consider the following statements with reference to the concept of bonds. A situation of negative bond yield is observed during the recessionary phase of economic cycle. Many of the students have felt this particular statement to be very, very difficult. Let me explain. What is the idea here? Whenever you talk about recession, recession means what? For 2 consecutive quarters, there is a negative growth in the economy. There is a contraction in the economy. Such situation is called as a recession. Now, whenever there is a recession, you need to increase the investments in the market. You need to increase the demand for goods and services in the market. That is, in simple terms, if people start saving more, this is not good for the recession or country which is going through recession. Why? Imagine I am earning 100 rupee. Out of 100 rupee, if I save, let's say 60 rupees, it means I am spending 40 rupees in the market. But because of recession, I am concerned about my future. What I'll do is, I will reduce my expenditure and increase my savings. From 60, I will increase my savings to 80. The expenses I will reduce to 20. Now, simple idea here. If you reduce the expenses, the demand in the market will come down. When the demand will come down, what will happen to the production? Production automatically goes down. And if the production goes down, unemployment will increase. When unemployment increases, the wages or salaries which are going to households will come down. As a result of this, the demand automatically goes down. Can you see a cycle here? Can you see basically a self-reinforcing cycle? Of course, yes. This is basically going to lead to a vicious cycle in the economy. In this context, what generally the economy does or government does is, they introduce a concept of negative yield or negative interest rates. What happens in a negative interest rates? Simple. Generally, whenever you invest in a bond, let's say 100 rupees, coupon rate is let's say 8%, which means after 1 year, you are going to earn 8 rupees on your investment of 100. But whenever you talk about negative yield or even for that matter negative interest rates, if you invest in a bond, rather than earning 8%, the issuer of the bond will charge you 8%. I will repeat it because many of you will be confused. You will try to correct me. No, listen to this very carefully. Whenever you are talking about negative yields, etc. like this, if you invest in a security, if you invest in the market, you are not going to earn. Rather, you are going to pay for your investments. In simple terms, if you are going to invest, let's say 100 rupees, I will charge you for collecting your money of 100 rupees. Now, for the fear of losing out, for the fear of paying money unnecessary like this, what will you do? Rather than investing, rather than saving more and more, you will start spending in the market, demand will increase. Now, rather than having a vicious cycle, you can expect a virtuous cycle. Come back to the discussion here. A situation of negative bond yield is observed during recessionary phase of economic cycle. Statement 1 is correct, by the way. Second, additional tier 1 bonds are the most secure type of the bonds. Remember this. The question or the statement on additional tier 1 bonds has been given for a very simple reason. A lot of discussion is happening regarding AT1 bonds. Yes Bank, and many other banks have issued these kinds of bonds in the market, and some of them have already defaulted on the repayments. Now the idea of additional tier 1 bonds is that these are unsecured instruments. Unsecured means what? These bonds are issued and there is no security, there is no collateral for this. That is, imagine I issue a bond to you and I tell you this marker is the collateral. Meaning what? If I don't repay the money, you can simply come, snatch away the marker, and if you are very angry with economics or with me, you can slap 1 or 2 times and run away. So the basic idea is simple. In the context of additional tier 1 bonds, these are unsecured instruments. Unsecured means there is no security, there is no collateral which is provided. So additional tier 1 bonds are the most secure. No, statement 2 is wrong. Sovereign blue bonds is issued to support investments in healthy oceans and blue economies. Look at the term blue bonds here. And when you come across the term blue bonds, by default this is associated with seas, it is associated with water, and by the way, third statement is correct. The country of Seychelles has become the first country in the global market to issue blue bonds for sustainable development of the seas. So 1 is correct, 3 is correct, but you are supposed to find out how many of the statements are incorrect. Right option for the question will be option B, only 1 statement. Let me go to the next question. Consider the following statements with reference to targeted long-term repo operation, TLTRO. Let me give you a basic idea. During the pandemic times or during the times of the pandemic, there was a liquidity issue in the corporate bond market. The companies were unable to generate a lot of money by issuing bonds in the market. In order to address the issue of liquidity in the bond market, what RBI did was, they introduced a new facility which is called as targeted long-term repo operation. In short, TLTRO. Under the objective of TLTRO, RBI stated that a bank is allowed to apply for a loan. Understand this, right? Rather than loan, you can also rephrase it this way. A bank is allowed to borrow under this facility for a duration up to 3 years. From 1 year to 3 years, they are allowed to borrow at repo rate. But the condition that was imposed by RBI was, whatever money that you have taken under this route or under this facility, you cannot use it for any purpose except for whatever purpose I prescribe. In simple terms, how this money was supposed to be utilized by the bank was decided by Reserve Bank of India. For example, RBI said, any amount that you borrow under the route of TLTRO, one of the uses that you can do is, you can use it to invest in the corporate bond market. You can purchase corporate bonds from the market, right? There are many other types of utilizations which were prescribed or decided by RBI. This is the basic idea of targeted long-term repo operations. Now look at the statement. Liquidity availed under this can be used by the banks to invest in instruments with a maturity of 3 years. Statement is wrong. Why? RBI stated you are supposed to use it to purchase instrument 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. But RBI did not specifically mention what would be the maturity of the instrument. There was no mention about the maturity. So first statement is wrong. It will reduce the liquidity in the corporate bond market. Understand the logic here. If a bank will take or borrow under this route, use it to purchase corporate bonds in the market, what will happen to the money in the corporate bond market? The liquidity in the corporate bond market should automatically increase. But the statement says it will reduce the liquidity, right? So statement 2 is wrong. So both the statements are wrong. Right option for this question will be option D, neither 1 nor 2. Question number 29. Consider the following statements with reference to Operation Twist. Very, very famous now. RBI in the last 2 years has used many unconventional tools. Underline the term here. RBI has used many unconventional tools, not the conventional ones, unconventional tools in order to promote certain recovery in the economy. One of them was GSAP, Government Securities Acquisition Program. Second one has been Operation Twist. Under Operation Twist, what RBI did was, they sold short-term G securities and simultaneously, remember this particular term, simultaneously purchased long-term G securities. I will repeat the statement here. RBI simultaneously sold short-term G securities and purchased long-term G securities. Why? On one hand, if RBI will sell, let's say 100 crore worth of short-term G securities, and on the other hand, purchase 100 crore worth of long-term G securities, the money in the market will not change. I will repeat it. On one side, 100 crore worth of short-term G securities are sold, 100 crore worth of long-term G securities are purchased. So on one hand, you are introducing money, and on the other hand, you are taking out the money from the system. The liquidity in the system does not change. But understand the beauty of the system here. Whenever long-term G securities are purchased, the demand increases, the market price of the long-term G security increases. Demand increases, market price should increase. And when the market price will increase, right, what will happen to the yield rate? Yield rate automatically goes down. And please understand this, focus only on the long-term G securities. I'll repeat it. Focus only on the long-term G securities. Many of you simply run behind short-term. These do not determine the interest rates in the market. The point of reference, or let's say the standard in the market that will determine the interest rates in the market is long-term G securities. So when the yield rate will come down, the interest rates in the market automatically will come down. Now companies can issue bonds at lower rate of interest, borrow and invest more. That will promote a recovery. That was the basic idea of a Operation Twist. Let's look at the points now. RBI buys short-term G securities, 1 is wrong. RBI sells short-term G securities, 2 is correct. It helps in incentivizing long-term investment, third statement is also correct. Sir, what do you mean by incentivizing here? Simple. When the yield rates are low, interest rates are low, companies can issue bonds, borrow for longer duration at lower rate of interest and invest. It will incentivize long-term investment. 2 statements are correct. Right option for the question will be option C, right? Only 2 statements are correct. Let me go to question number 36. Which of the following steps is or are likely to be taken by the government to internationalize Indian rupee? What do you mean by internationalization here? In simplest of the terms, whenever you come across internationalization, it means that even the residents outside India, I repeat, even the residents outside India are able to get access to rupees. They can make a payment in rupees, they can settle a transaction in rupees. That is in simplest the idea of internationalization. So what do you mean by that? Whenever you export today, you will earn in dollars. Whenever you import, you pay in terms of dollars. Again, not always, but most of the times. But what if I say, you will export, you will earn the money in terms of rupees. You will import, you will make the payment in terms of rupees. That is in simple terms, for settling the transactions in the international market, if we start using the currency that is the domestic currency rupee, that is the basic idea of internationalization of Indian rupee. Now it has been there in the discussion for very, very long, and that's a precise reason why the question has been provided. Let's look at the points here. Achieving full convertibility of capital account. Please understand the logic here. In the balance of payments, there are 2 accounts. One is a current account, second one is capital account. Now understand the problem here. In case of current account, it is fully convertible, and in case of capital, it is partially convertible. Which means, if you want to internationalize rupee, right? Imagine you want to make a payment to the international market. Somebody, you want to invest in the foreign market in terms of rupees. That investment is a part of the capital account. But what is the condition right now in terms of capital account? It is partially convertible. It is not fully convertible. It is partially convertible. which means on one side, if you say rupee has been internationalized, which means you can invest in the foreign market in rupee without any conversion or without any conditions like this. But on the other hand, the investment that you make in the foreign market, let's say in the US stock market, it's part of the capital account. But the capital account is not fully convertible. There are conditions, there are regulations over it. Right? So what if these conditions are removed? What if we make capital account fully convertible just like the current account? Don't you think if we do that, right, we will be moving towards internationalization of rupee? So first one is correct. Second one is issuing of masala bonds. It's a straightforward one, correct. How? Whenever you talk about masala bonds, these are rupee denominated bonds. Remember this. These are rupee denominated bonds. Meaning what? We issue the bonds in terms of rupees in the foreign market. We pay the amount in terms of rupees in the foreign market, that is to the foreign investor. So if you are issuing a bond to an USA investor and collecting rupee, and if you are making a payment of coupon, repayment, etc., again in rupee, don't you think it is as good as saying rupee has been internationalized? So second statement is correct. Revaluation of the currency, please understand, revaluation or devaluation are done by the governments, right? This is not a market force, it is done by the government. And one of the feature of the internationalization is it is not the government which is deciding the value, it is actually the market. So revaluation of the currency, it is not a principle, or let's say it's not a feature which will promote internationalization. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option for the question will be option A, 1 and 2 only. Let me go to the question number 40 now. Consider the following statements. A hawkish monetary policy of the central bank will likely lead to appreciation of its domestic currency. What do you mean by hawkish here? I'm reminded of a very famous statement given by Mr. Raghuram Rajan, one of the former RBI governors. He was asked a question during one of the conferences, that is RBI conferences. Is RBI a hawk or something else? Right? What his statement was, he stated that RBI is not a hawk. RBI is an all. RBI is an all. That is, in fact, to put the things in perspective, to be very precise here, the question that was asked was, is RBI a hawk or a dove? Generally, you will come across these two terms, hawkish or dovish. Hawkish generally means the rate of interest are higher, these are increased. Dovish means the rate of interest are lowered, right, the interest rates are coming down. So the argument of Mr. Raghuram Rajan was, no, we are an vigilant all. We are a vigilant all, neither hawk nor dove. Right now, what do you mean by hawkish monetary policy here? Interest rates are increased. When the interest rates are increased, it may lead or it will likely lead to appreciation of its domestic currency. Statement 1 is correct. Why? Whenever interest rates in a particular country are increased, it means instruments, if you invest in this country, you are going to earn a higher rate of returns. So with a higher interest rate, the foreign investments, attracting foreign investments will increase. And when the foreign investments will start flowing into this country, the demand for the domestic currency will automatically increase. Happy I understand this? The demand for domestic currency will increase. And when the demand for the domestic currency increases, the domestic currency will start appreciating. First statement is correct. A hike in the interest rate by the US Federal Reserve could lead to depreciation of the Indian rupee. Statement 2 is correct. It is coming there in the newspaper very often. Federal Reserve is increasing the interest rates. Foreign investors from India will take out the dollars from India, but in the process, they will sell rupees, purchase dollars. And when they sell rupees, rupee supply increases, rupee depreciates. So second statement is correct, first one is correct. Right option for the question is option C, both 1 and 2. Let me go to the next question. With reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statements. Depreciation of rupee will increase the import cost of raw materials. Of course, statement 1 is correct. Sir, how? Imagine today $1 is equal to 50 rupees. and after let's say 1 month, the exchange rate is $1 is equal to 60 rupees. But many of you will be thinking, sir, where are you? Today $1 is equal to 80 rupees, right? Imagine. So when the rupee depreciates like this, what do you think will happen to the cost of imports? The cost of imports automatically will increase. So depreciation of rupee will increase the import cost of raw material. Statement 1 is correct. Appreciation leads to increased incentives for the exporters. Exactly opposite. Whenever there is appreciation of rupee, please remember this, there is a lower incentive for the exporters. Right? How? Imagine you want to sell the good at 100 rupees. You want to export it. Today the exchange rate is, let's say, $1 is equal to 50 rupees. And right, appreciation, rupee appreciates. Let's say $1 will become 10 rupees. Which means at $1 is equal to 50, you wanted to earn 200 rupees. So you used to export the product at $2. Now the exchange rate is $1 is equal to 10. To earn 100 rupees, you will have to price the product at $10. So when you increase the product cost from $2 to $10, what will happen to your exports? There is no incentivization of exports, rather the competitiveness of exports will come down. Second statement thereby is wrong. If the rupee is rapidly appreciating, RBI may buy dollars in the market. Of course, yes. Why? What is the context here? Rupee is appreciating. How does rupee appreciate? Means the dollar supply is higher and rupee demand is also higher. This is the context where rupee is continuously appreciating. Can we allow the rupee to continuously appreciate without any control? Can we allow it to happen? Answer is no, by the way. And many of you will be thinking, great then, can we allow depreciation without any controls? Uncontrolled depreciation? No, that is also dangerous. That is the precise reason very often the central banker will intervene in the market, try to stabilize the rupee. So understand the logic here. When there is a continuous appreciation of rupee, means rupee demand is higher, dollar supply is higher. How do we stabilize the currency now? How do we stabilize the exchange rate? RBI will start purchasing the dollars. RBI will purchase the dollars, thereby selling rupee, supplying rupee, and sucking out the excess of dollars from the market. So if rupee is rapidly appreciating, RBI may buy dollars in the market. Third statement is correct. 1 and 3 are correct. Right option for the question will be option B, 1 and 3. Let me go to the question number 48. With reference to the expenditure made by an organization or a company, which of the following statements is or are correct? Now, either it is an organization or the government, doesn't matter. Right, either you can divide these expenses into capital expenses or capital expenditure or revenue expenditure. Anything that is associated with assets and liabilities becomes part of the capital side. Anything that is associated with day-to-day expenses or day-to-day management activities, it becomes a revenue. Let's start. Interest payments against the earlier borrowing is considered to be a revenue expenditure. Yes, remember this. Interest expenditure does not reduce the loans. It is merely, apart from the loan component, interest is paid. Loan component will not come down, interest is paid. So interest is always counted as a part of revenue expenses. Payment of salaries and other allowances will be included under revenue expenditure. Yes, straightforward, because it is a part of day-to-day activities of the company or the government. Both the statements are correct. Right option for the question will be option C, both 1 and 2. Let me go to question number 55. Consider the following statements with reference to National Payment Corporation of India, NPCI. First one, it is incorporated as a not-for-profit company. What is this idea? Whenever you talk about not-for-profit company, it simply means investment is utilized or expenses are done. Profits may or may not be generated, but please understand, if the profits are generated, profits are not given to owners of the company. I will repeat the statement here. In such companies, that is not for profit companies, whatever profits are generated, these are not given to owners of the company. Rather, profits are again reinvested back into the respective business. These are called as not-for-profit organization. Best example is charitable organizations or charitable institutions, not-for-profit organizations. If you go a step above this, these are also referred as Section 8 companies, right, or Section 25 companies. Many of you will simply say, sir, which one of the two is correct? Somewhere I came across Section 8, somewhere I came across Section 25. Which of the two is correct? Section 8 companies as per the Companies Act of 2013, Section 25 companies as per the Companies Act of 1956. Earlier we used to use this, today we are using this. So either of the two sections can be mentioned, don't be confused, both of them are referring to not-for-profit organizations. The NPCI is one of such companies. First statement is correct. NACH is an app incorporated by NPCI to make simple and quick transactions using Unified Payments Interface. In fact, it is not NACH, National Clearinghouse. It is actually the BHIM app. They are actually referring to the BHIM app here. So NACH generally it is an automated clearinghouse which is used for large value transactions such as, let's say, transfer payments or even subsidies. But it is the BHIM app which is mainly used for Unified Payments Interface transactions. Second statement is wrong. Right, here itself you can use elimination method. You know one is correct, right, two is wrong, you already know the answer. NPCI along with other institutions has launched a digital voucher by the name of e-Rupee. Very recently, Government of India has announced a new type of a subsidy transfer payment methodology, that is cashless methodology, or let's say a digital voucher system, which is referred to as e-Rupee system. NPCI along with National Health Mission, along with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and apart from this, the Department of Financial Services, which is part of the Ministry of Finance, have launched e-Rupee. So third statement is correct, first statement is correct. Right option for the question is option B, 1 and 3 only. Let me go to question number 66. Consider the following statements with reference to non-convertible debentures. Right? Basically a question from NCERT book. What are these non-convertible debentures? These are debt instruments. Simple. These are debt instruments. Meaning what? A company or even the government can issue these debentures and borrow from the market. Right? These are debt instruments which are used by the companies or by the government to borrow from the market. Now first statement, non-convertible debentures offer a higher rate of return compared to convertible debentures. What is this idea? Imagine here is a company. This company has issued a debenture to you. But when they issue a debenture, they are asking you or they are giving you an option. After 2 years, you can convert this debenture into, let's say, a share. This is called as a convertible debenture. And on the other hand, non-convertible debenture simply means a debenture is issued to you. You don't have any option till the maturity period is over. You will have to hold them, and upon maturity, the money will be given to you. These are called as non-convertible. Now, what is the importance of explaining all of this? Whenever you have a convertible debenture, you are not taking very high risk. You are taking comparatively lower risk. Why? You have an option of converting this from a debenture to, let's say, other type of security such as share. But whereas if you have a non-convertible debenture, there is no option given to you. It's a debenture, it will remain as a debenture till maturity. So the risk that you are taking is comparatively higher, and the risk you are taking, if it is higher, the amount of returns that you are going to earn should also be higher. Higher risk means higher returns. So first statement is correct. They are insured by the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, DICGC. The DICGC will provide insurance only for the deposits kept in the banking sector, not for the bonds or debentures here. So first one is correct. Right option for the question is option A, 1 only. Let me go to question number 75. Which one of the following policy measures are likely to be taken by the government to control inflation? Increasing the income tax rates Option A is correct one. Right? A is correct one. Let me eliminate the remaining. We'll come to option A. Monetizing the debt of the government. Monetization of the debt of the government simply means, here is the Reserve Bank of India. Government will sell the securities. Follow the statement. Government will sell the securities to RBI and borrow money. Today it is not allowed. Only under certain extreme cases it is allowed. Generally it is not allowed. Why? If RBI will give loan to government like this, it simply means the money is printed and given to government. So when RBI will issue the money to government or gives a loan to the government here, the money supply increases, contribute to inflation. Hence, we have discontinued monetization. Indirectly it is allowed, directly it is not allowed today. Increasing the transfer payments. What do you mean by transfer payments? By the way, it is wrong. What do you mean by transfer payments? Where money is given without any exchange for goods and services. Money is transferred. There is no exchange of goods and services. So when money is transferred, the supply of money increases, can contribute to inflation. C is wrong. Removing stock limits on essential goods. If the stock limits are removed, there could be hoarding. The intermediaries can go for hoarding in the market. Hoarding means artificially reducing the supply. Stocking more or storing more and more food grains. Hoarding will lead to inflationary trend in the market. D is wrong. Increasing the income tax rates. How? Imagine you have 100 rupee. Income tax is 10 rupee. The amount you are having to spend now is 90 rupees. If I increase it from 10 to let's say 25 rupees, out of 100 now you will have only 75 rupees to spend in the market, which means money that is available to you is lower, demand will go down, inflation can be controlled. So right option is option A here. Let me go to question number 82. Straightforward factual question here. Consider the following statements with reference to the central bank digital currency CBDC as per the proposal of RBI. It's a factual question. First one, it can be exchanged one-to-one at par with fiat currency. RBI has currently has stated that if you have a digital currency, you can get it converted, you can get it exchanged with fiat currency. If you have 10, right, let's say digital currencies, 10 units, you can convert that into 10 rupee. That announcement has already been done by the RBI. Statement 1 is correct. A bank account is essential to hold CBDC. No, RBI right now has stated that you do not need to have a bank account for holding the CBDC. Now many of you ask me, sir, in that case, how do I hold CBDC? The wholesale CBDC has been launched. Retail is yet to be launched. As of now, the proposal is that you can have these CBDCs into a different accounts, not the bank accounts, into different accounts such as let's say wallets. So second statement, as of now, it is wrong. CBDC-W is restricted to financial institutions. Third is a straightforward question, correct. 1 and 3 are correct. Right option for the question will be option C. Only 2 statements are correct. Question number 87. Which of the following schemes come under NABARD sponsored schemes? Again, nothing conceptual here. It is just a factual question. If you have read about NABARD, some of the schemes would already be known to you. And by the way, all the 4 are the schemes which are sponsored by NABARD. NABARD basically provides a spending, or let's say provides a lot of schemes or implements a lot of these schemes, sponsors a lot of them, and all the 4: Producer Organization Development Fund, Watershed Development Program, Tribal Development Program, Micro Enterprises Development Program, right? All the 4 are basically sponsored by NABARD. Right option for the question will be option D, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let me go to question number 90. Which one of the following statements is correct with reference to export-oriented units scheme mentioned in the foreign trade policy of India? FTP is supposed to be revamped. You will come across it now. It is not yet announced, but we are going to have a new foreign trade policy. But as per the existing foreign trade policy, there is one scheme called as Export Oriented Units, EOU scheme. The EOU, export oriented unit, can be set up in any part of India. Remember this, it can be set up in any part of India. Objective is that they are supposed to manufacture, produce either goods or services, export it to international market. Now, what are the statements? You are supposed to find out which of the following statement is correct. Supplies to export oriented unit are exempt from the goods and services tax. Do you think, or have you come across any statement of this sort, where government says we are supplying the goods and services, but we are not going to impose GST on it? No. There are very, very few instances where the GST is exempt. EOU is not one of it. Any supplies of goods and services will be covered under GST. Statement A is wrong. EOUs are not permitted to engage in the sales of the domestic tariff area. What is this DTA? Imagine this is export oriented unit and this is the whole of India. Are they allowed to sell outside, right, in the remaining part of India, or are they always supposed to export the good and service? Please understand, either you talk about special economic zone or export oriented unit, they are mainly set up to promote exports. But what if you are unable to export? For example, during pandemic, nobody wants to purchase, or there is no country which is open for trading. Do you think at that point of time EOUs should not produce anything? They should not sell anything. How does that work out? So in that context, either you talk about SEZs or export oriented unit, they are allowed to trade within the domestic tariff area, DTA. But there is one condition. Remember this, whenever they sell it in the DTA, government says I will treat this product as import, and whatever tax I will impose on import, same tax I am going to impose on this. Right, so second statement, EOUs are not permitted. No, statement is wrong. EOUs are set up exclusively for export of goods and not services. Statement is wrong for both goods and services. 100% foreign direct investment through automatic route is permitted in the EOUs. Right, the statement is correct. So this is question number 90. Let me go to the next one. Consider the following statements with reference to goods and services tax, GST. The Goods and Services Tax Appellate Tribunal was constituted by the GST Council for resolving disputes under the GST laws. Statement 1 is wrong. I'll explain it. Right now, the GST Council has set up a committee or a panel. That panel has given a recommendation or is finalizing a report in order to set up appellate tribunal. What is this appellate tribunal? Imagine there is a demand for the GST from you. You are a company. And basically the demand has been issued. Now you will go to a GST tribunal. First step is you will go to a GST tribunal where the tax experts are actually sitting. Tax officials in simple terms. The GST tribunal will rule in favor of the government and will rule against you. You want to appeal against this order. You are supposed to go to the appellate tribunal. Right now we do not have the GST appellate tribunal. We do not have the GST appellate tribunal. So understand the logic here. There is a committee which is yet to give a final recommendation, and as of now it is expected that a principal bench of appellate tribunal will be set up in New Delhi with other benches across India. But right now we do not have the appellate tribunal. Second, the turnover threshold limit for registering GST is uniform across all the states in India. What is the meaning of this? Whenever GST has been implemented, there is a condition that any company where the turnover means revenue, is beyond this amount, they are supposed to be registered. For goods, it is different. For services, it is different. For special category states, it is different. For other states in India, it is different. And it makes perfect sense. You cannot have the same level of threshold for all the states in India when there are differences amongst the states itself. So second statement, turnover threshold limit for registering for GST is uniform. Second statement is wrong. E-commerce suppliers can register under the composition scheme of the GST, this has been allowed very recently by the government. They are allowed to be registered now. Earlier under composition scheme, the traders were allowed, manufacturers were allowed, restaurants were allowed. Now including e-commerce, right, they are also allowed to register under the composition scheme. Crypto activities are taxable under GST. This is a proposal. I repeat, it is a proposal, not yet implemented. In fact, Government of India has proposed that they are going to implement 30% tax on the income generated on the crypto activities, yet to be implemented. Fourth one is wrong. 1, 2 and 4 are wrong. Right option for the question will be option D. Question number 99. Consider the following statements. By the way, this is the last question under economy. A country can provide unlimited green box subsidies. Statement 1 is correct. Why? Under green box subsidies, they do not distort the market. They do not create any distortion. Hence, any amount can be given, no conditions, no limitations on the green box. Statement 1 is correct. Minimum support price provided in India belongs to amber box subsidies. Right, second statement is also correct. Why? Under the food security program, Government of India purchases lot of food grains by paying MSP. But MSP as a subsidy that is given by the government to the agriculture sector is counted as a part of amber box subsidy. What are amber box? Those are subsidies which will create an imbalance in the trade, which will create a distortion in the trade, are called as, right, the amber box subsidies. And under the agreement on agriculture, remember this, there is a limitation on how much amber box subsidies are supposed to be provided. The trade distortionary measures or subsidies are supposed to be capped at 10% in case of developing and 5% in case of developed countries. Second statement thereby is correct. Subsidies which are tied to programs which limit production are blue box subsidies. Statement is correct, by the way. Whenever any government implements a policy and using this subsidy tries to limit, tries to control the production, those subsidies are referred to as blue box subsidies. Third statement is also correct. Right option for the question is 1, 2 and 3, that is option D. So these were the various questions from the section of Indian economy. I'll hand over the discussion to Abhishek sir, who will take a history discussion. But a reminder, gentle reminder to all of you, do not forget to appear for the next mega mock, which is going to be held on 13th of November, that is coming Sunday, on Polity paper. Thank you. Have a great day. Now Abhishek sir will take over.
Hello, I welcome you all, and we have to discuss the questions related to history now. 16 questions, interesting, and they need analytical application of your knowledge more than anything. So let's look at the first question. It plays with words but is important in that regard. So let's look at the question. With reference to the translation of Sanskrit works to Persian under Mughal Emperor Akbar, consider the following statements. The first Sanskrit book to be translated from Sanskrit to Persian under Akbar was the Sukha Saptati, what is technically called Tutinama, which I'll discuss with you, and Ramayana was translated into Persian as Razmanama under the reign of Akbar by Badauni. Now the first point is that it is true that Sukha Saptati is nothing but Tutinama. But what the question is technically playing with is that Tutinama was made into illustrated miniature art under Akbar, however was not translated under Akbar. So it's trying to link that association of Tutinama with Akbar itself. However, this statement is totally incorrect because the text itself was translated in 14th century, much before Mughal rule itself, during the Delhi Sultanate period, and basically it was done by a totally different person called Naqshbandi. And that is an immaterial aspect. The basic point of the matter is, first statement is playing with the aspect of Tutinama being linked up with Akbar. Second is, it says Razmanama is Ramayana, technically totally incorrect. This is Mahabharata. This is a very standard known fact that Mahabharata was translated under Akbar by Badauni and mullahs later. However, it was not the Ramayana, it was the Mahabharata. So both statements are incorrect. Therefore, answer is D. Totally incorrect statements. Tutinama, they're trying to play with that association of Akbar with Tutinama, but not, it is translation. Please read the question very clearly. It says translation, it's not illustration. So let's move to the next question. This type of questions come, play on terms. With reference to the history of medieval India, the term Munians refers to which of the following? Office to control the market, or officer to control the market, cloth market, secret spies, or minister of war. Now there are two ways to approach this. First, either you know it or you deduct it. First is knowing it. Very simply, Munians are, along with the word Barid, technically refer to secret spies. But the other way around is easier because other three are very common things. The officer who used to control the market is called Shahna, Shanai Mandi. Cloth market is called Sarai Adal. If you don't know Adal, Sarai. And Minister of War technically is Arz-e Mumamlik. This is standard three words which you have to learn for Delhi Sultanate, Alauddin Khilji. Therefore, either you know that it is secret spies or the other way around, which is that Shahna, Sarai Adal or Arz-e Mumamlik. This basically is an easy question with reference to the fact that the other three terms are very easy. They could have put in something obscure here and then it would have become a little bit difficult. But this question is easy because of the fact that Munian and Barid, these two are very standard words for spies. But if you don't know that, no issues. You know the other three and you should know the other three for basic preparation. Now let's move to a question from modern India, and an interesting one. With reference to the proposal of Cripps mission, consider the following statements. It's a Cripps mission, August offer, become very important generally, cabinet mission, their provisions are important. So, the Indian Union would be free to decide its relation with Commonwealth or other international bodies. The members of the Constituent Assembly would be partly elected through direct election and partly nominated by the Governor General. Muslim League didn't criticize the idea of a single Indian Union, but had objections to the creation of a Constituent Assembly. The decision on secession was to be taken by a resolution in the legislature by 50% majority. Now, we have to discuss incorrect, and it's that type of question, one statement, two statement, three statement. How many of these statements are incorrect? Now, the problem with this question is that we can't use elimination because you need to know very directly what is the concept itself, which is that if there was 1 and 2, 1 and 3, it would have become easier. But
the point is, it's an easy question because these are very known facts. Let's see. Was Cripps mission offering India the fact that the Indian Union would be dominion but could decide its relationship with the empire, which is the Commonwealth, and international bodies? Yes. This was the difference between August Offer and Cripps mission. August Offer said dominion within the empire, and Cripps mission said dominion but will allow you to leave the empire. Now, members of the Constituent Assembly would be partly elected by direct election and nominated. Totally incorrect, because it was proportional representation. Therefore, this is a very standard known fact. Proportional representation to be used for provinces, nomination used for the princely states. Totally incorrect. Third, remember in your life, Muslim League would never like a strong single union, because the way Jinnah thought about Pakistan, or generally when he thought about getting Pakistan, it was always based on the fact that the provinces should have more power. The union should not be too strong because of the majority-minority issue. So this is totally incorrect, because Muslim League had criticized the fact that why are you giving a single union with so much powers? And would the decision of secession be based on 50% majority? Basically, there was no real clarity over this. Though if you go too much into Cripps mission, it should be 60%. So this statement is also incorrect. So all three statements in this are incorrect. Now, is this question difficult? No, it isn't, because these are very standard known facts. This August Offer, Cripps mission, Cabinet mission, Wavell plan. Please, these four are very important. Do it for the examination, and you can easily understand this because there's no play of words here. So question number 17, a very good question out of modern India, not a difficult one, but as I said, you need to read very closely because it's playing with basic terms. That's it. Okay. With reference to Mauryan pillars of Ashoka and Achaemenian pillars, which one of the following statements is incorrect? A. Mauryan pillars are similar to Achaemenian pillars as both are constructed in pieces. While the Ashokan pillars were independently erected, the Achaemenian pillars were generally attached to state buildings. The presence of Khoroshti on the Ashokan pillar inscriptions shows influence of Achaemenian practice. The pillar edicts of Ashoka with their bell-shaped capital resemble the victory pillar of Achaemenian emperor found in Peripolis. Now, in this, technically you didn't need to read B, C and D because the first statement itself is incorrect, which is that the difference between an Achaemenian pillar and an Ashokan pillar was the fact that Ashokan pillars were monoliths, whilst Achaemenian pillars were made in pieces and then kept together. So please, this is a very easy question. All of this is technically true. Yes, standalone, non-standalone, Khoroshti, which means that they wanted to have a Greek influence therefore, and also the fact that Ashokan pillars resembled the Persepolis pillars. That's all standard stuff. But the basic point is, don't need to read further. This is a giveaway itself. So this is very easy, the easiest of all questions. First statement itself is incorrect. As I said, monolith and pieces. Easy, don't have to worry in that regard. Now, there are 3 to 4 questions which are difficult, and this is one of them, which is the Sangam age, Sangam polity. Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to women weavers. The love poems of the Sangam age linked emotional themes with different landscapes, each having different names. Although social classification was known to the Sangam poets, there is no mention of Brahmins. Now let's first look at the obvious one which looks incorrect, which is this one. See, very clearly, the fact of the matter is it can't be that there is social classification. I'm using logic, nothing more. The fact is that there can't be social classification and Brahmins are not there, because in the Sangam polity, generally South Indian polity, there's a very strong relationship between the Purohit and the king. Therefore, the Brahman Kshatriya nexus would be very strong and was strong all across India, but specifically in South India, much more stronger because of the temple itself. So when the temple is a socio-economic and political space, how can it be that there is no reference to Brahmins? I'm not using Sangam logic, I'm using general basic logic of Indian society in ancient and medieval India. So this statement has to be incorrect. So it says which of the following statements are incorrect. Now there are three options in which 3 is there, which makes this question more difficult because now we can't use elimination to come to 50-50. Now let's look at the other obvious one. Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to women weavers. Now this question, again, because of the word devoid, it seems like an extreme statement. However, when we talk about weavers, specifically in Sangam and even in North India, weaver and women don't go together, which is most or 100% of the weavers in Sangam age were all men, not women. So this statement is totally correct, that yes, we have reference to the people who make thread, the people who take out the seed of the cotton. We have every reference to women, but women would not do weaving work, which was very specifically reserved for men. And second, the love poems link emotional themes with landscapes. Yes, they're called akkams. The akkams technically link each and every love expression with what are called tinais. Tinais are different landscapes which are there with regards to the Sangam poetry. Sangam poetry very beautifully linking emotion with landscape. But this question is technically difficult because the answer is C, 3 only. That is the only incorrect statement here. First and 2 are totally correct. But as I said, you learn something from this question. But here I am teaching you the way of using logic in history because students don't do that. Use your residual knowledge and it will help you generally. Now, question number 33. With reference to schools of Buddhism, which of the following is the sub-school of Buddhism? Now, this is a easy but difficult because there are too many Buddhist schools. But what is the saving grace is that there are less Jain schools. So let's first see which we have to see sub-schools of Buddhism. Now we know very straightforward that Theravadin are a very important sub-school, the first split, Theravadin, Mahasangika. So 4 has to be there in the answer. So this one gets eliminated. Now I know because in Jain there are only 3 basic Shwetambar subsects, which are Murti Pujak, Therapanthi and the Therapanthi are mentioned here. So you have Murti Pujak, Therapanthi, and this in turn becomes an important way of getting to the answer. So this goes, and we now have 2 options to play with. 1, 4, 1, 2 and 4. Now here we need to understand something, which is that 1 and 4 is confirmed. 1 and 4 is confirmed. But we need to decide if 2 is correct or not. We have to decide if 2 is correct or not. So this is the tricky part of this question because of the fact that we need to know that this is linked to the Sutta Pitaka and it is a Buddhist school. It is a Buddhist school. So therefore, the answer becomes C, 1, 2 and 4. The problem was that if the examiner would have given 1 and 3, this question would have become easier. But because they knew that Therapanthi is a very known concept, so therefore, using Theravadin and Therapanthi, I was able to eliminate 1. Thereafter, change the orientation to know that this is technically Mahayanic school. And thereafter, Theravadin. And I know Sthanakvasi, Therapanthi and Murti Pujak are the 3 linked to Jainism. So Therapanthi, very standard known. Sthanakvasi, Therapanthi, Murti Pujak. 3 you should know. So always learn the Jain one, that gives you an edge in these type of questions. So I hope that you're getting the logic of approaching these questions. These are factual questions, totally factual questions, but there's a way of looking at it. Now, which of the following options is incorrect with reference to the history of coinage in India? Now this question is interesting because it is trying to confuse you. In Vedas, there is a mention of gold coins in the form of Nishkas and Suvarnas. Razia Sultan issued coins in the name of Abbasid Khalif along with her name and title, or Caliphate, Caliph, whatever you want to call it. Gold mohars were first introduced in India in 17th century by Jahangir. And the Kushanas issued gold coins with high sounding titles like Lord of the Whole World. Now in this, the first statement we have to see incorrect. The first statement is not saying Rig Veda. It's saying the Vedas. Vedas means that it means the whole Rig Vedic and later Vedic period. And though in the early Vedic period there is no reference, or Nishka and Suvarnas mostly refer to gold, by later Vedic period, end period, 600, 700, you see that there is a correlation of coinage with these words. Though coinage will properly emerge in the Mahajanpada period. However, for the purpose of the NCERT, for the purpose of any other source which UPSC is using, they believe that the Vedic period, later Vedic period, last period which interlaps with Mahajanpadas, these words technically persist. So what they've done is that they've used the terms which persist through Mahajanpada period but are also used in Vedic period. So this statement is totally correct. Razia Sultan, did she issue coins in the name of the Abbasid Caliphate? She did. She did what her father was doing. Iltutmish, totally correct. Now the catch here is in the third statement. First it says Jahangir, then it says gold mohars and introduced, first introduced. Now you should know very, very clearly that basically if there was something of first, it would either be Babur or be it Akbar, because these are the two most important personalities, because Babur starts the dynasty and Akbar is the most known. By the time Jahangir comes, gold coinage, mohars, would be already in circulation. Basically it was Sher Shah Suri that actually was the one who introduced gold mohars, but anything with first with Jahangir won't go. So I'm using logic here to know that this is the incorrect statement. So the third statement is the answer. Kushanas, yes, because of the decentralization, because of feudalistic tendencies, there were a lot of different smaller rajas, so they needed to give Maharaja the Raja big titles so as to assert that we were the Rajas of the Rajas, which only tells you that there are more what are called the Samantas, or what we call as feudatories. So the answer here is C, because Sher Shah Suri started it, but let's use logic. Jahangir and gold mohars technically don't go together. It was already established Akbar, by the Akbarian period. We had specific gold mohars for the concept of Sulekul, for Deen-e-Ilahi. So if you know basic Mughal history, you would know that gold mohars already introduced with Rupaya, already introduced during the Akbar period properly. Now, this is again a difficult question, very factual, you need to know it, which is famous literary work, the Amukta Mandya. Consider the following statements. It is a masterpiece in Tamil literature, Krishna Deva Raya, dedicated to Lord Shiva, and the work favors the tradition of what is called Vishishtadvaita over the other schools of philosophy. Now, one thing is very clear, which is that Krishna Deva Raya, he would be writing not in Tamil but in Telugu. So this is a totally incorrect statement. We need to show which are the incorrect statements. Then we further know that Cholas were Shaivites, but basically the Vijayanagara state used to prefer, or most of its rulers were Vaishnavites. So this is totally incorrect. This should be Vishnu. So these two statements are incorrect. So we have one option here and we have one option here. There is all three statements are incorrect, or only the first two are incorrect. Now the third is a very specific reference. That is why basically I am saying it's difficult, because the third statement is correct. The answer is A, which is 1 and 2. But what is Vishishtadvaita? Vishishtadvaita is Ramanuja's understanding that when God gave us a soul, he gave every soul a basic characteristic. It goes against what Shankara Deva said, which is the concept of Advaita, which is that every soul is the same, it's just that the physical form is different. But Vishishtadvaita is that the part of Brahma has a specific characteristic. Now basically, because he's a Vaishnavite and he's technically talking about Vishnu, wherein there are concept of avatars, within the Vishnu tradition, within the Dashavatar tradition, Vishishtadvaita is something which is pushed. That is why Krishna Deva Raya himself was technically pushing the concept that when Brahma, when God gives us the soul, he gives it a very specific characteristic. And therefore, every soul, though comes from the same place, has a specific characteristic. So this is a learning curve for you, but basically it is something which is linked to Krishnadevaraya and the Vaishnavite tradition. So it's a long shot, it's a tangential connection, but it is still important to know this aspect of this work. Now, modern India, this should not be incorrect in any way, very simple question. With reference to the Gadar party, consider the following statements. The Gadar party was established with the headquarters Yugantar Ashram at San Francisco in the USA. One of the reasons for the establishment of the Gadar was the clash of interest between American and Indian labor, which is correct. Now, very simply, we know that Gadar movement 1915, 14, 15, 16 period, but specifically 14, 15, starts in America, San Francisco, Yugantar Ashram, totally correct. We know that this is factual aspect, totally correct. But what were the reasons? There were two basic reasons. First was that there was a lot of conflict between American and Indian labor because Indian indentured labor was going, or generally the expatriates, which are the people, the ex-soldiers of the British Army, Indian ex-soldiers, were settling down in America. Therefore, there was a lot of clash in interest over labor wages and generally labor work itself. Therefore, Gadar was trying to protect the Indian labor. And the second most important being revolutionary activity in India and training the revolutionaries. So both these statements are totally correct because these are very standard known reasons. First, where is Gadar? Second, American and Indian labor. What is the connection? What is the connection? And remember, these are the two basic reasons. Revolutionaries and clash between American and Indian labor. Now, Sun Temple, they have been in the news quite a lot. This technically is a question from current affairs in a way. To the reference to the Konark Sun Temple. Now remember, Sun Temples are multiple. It's not referring to Modera, it's referring to Sun Temple, Konark. Consider the following statements. The Sun Temple at Konark belongs to the Visara school of Indian temple architecture. It was built under the reign of King Narasimhadeva I of Eastern Ganga dynasty. It is referred to the Black Pagoda due to its darkish impression of the roof of the temple. Now here, very simply, we know one thing very clearly. All Sun Temples with their regional schools, for example, Modera is Solanki school and Konark is technically Kalinga school, but all Sun Temples are made within the Nagara style. It can't be Nagara, it can't be Visara, because if it was Visara, it had to be Chalukya here. So the first statement is totally incorrect because all Sun Temples are made within the basic plan of a ground plan with elevated platform. There are two exceptions here, which is the concept of having a step well, water, and the concept of a Torana. However, the Torana entry gate, but basically it is using the same concept, Mandap, Ardha Mandap, Pitha, and the concept of Shikhara with Garbhagriha access from the entry point, from the Mandap itself. So the ground plan is the same. There are exceptions, so therefore this statement is totally incorrect because all Sun Temples within Nagara style. So if first statement is incorrect, we get this, we get this. Now we know one thing, which is that the most difficult of the one is correct because both the options are giving us two. So we know that yes, it is Eastern Ganga dynasty. It goes well with the concept that it is Nagara style. Now, is it referred as the Bat Pagoda? Yes, it is, because of the fact that it has what is called a vaulted roof. And because of that, and the sandstone which is used, it gives a very darkish tone to the sandstone. And Black Pagoda, very simply, is the reference to what are called pagodas are nothing but the stupa. When it goes to Southeast Asia, it becomes pagoda. So it looks like a pagoda, but basically the roof has that darkish tone because of the sandstone used. So here, the second and the third statement both are correct. Sun Temple Konark is the Nagara style, not Vesara. Very slam dunk, easy question, not a difficult question in that regard. Now, fully factual question, either you know it or you don't know it. What's the concept? Aditya I, Pallava, you have Harjarar Vanman, Slamba, you have Danti Durga, Rashtrakuta, and you have Vatassa Raja, which is the Pratiharas. Now here, the only one which you don't know is this one, because this is a regional dynasty within the northeastern sector, which was called Kamarupa. Kamarupa. And here Adityavan technically is not a Pallava, is a Chola. But the problem is here that basically the statements is the 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. So either you know it or you don't know it. The problem is that, see, Danti Durga everybody knows, Rashtrakuta. And Vatsya Raja is also known because he is the successor of Nag Bhatta within Pratihara. The problem is here. This is correct and the answer is, which is correctly met, 3 pairs. But the problem is that you don't know this. And this makes this question a little bit difficult. We know that Chola, Adityavan is Chola. We very well know that. Pallavas don't have this name itself, Aditya. They have Rajendra, Raja. But basically, Pallavas would be Narsimhavarman, Narsimhavarman II, Mahendravarman. That is their way of naming their kings. Here, Adityavan is not a Pallava name. But the basic point is this. The second statement makes this question a little bit difficult because of the fact that there is no specific reference to this in basic books. So you won't find it in basic books. It's a northeastern. You had the Varmans of the Kamrupa. From that, you have the Hajra Varman, who then carves out a small dynasty called the Salamba. So this is the connection here. That's the larger story, but something very obscure. So totally not your fault if you were not able to get this question in that regard. Okay. Consider following statements which refer to Lodi Empire. Nowadays UPSC has made it a point to ask questions from Sayyids and Lodis, so that is why Lodis. Sultan Behlul Lodi used to call his fellow Afghan nobles Mansad-e-Ali or Masnad-e-Ali and never sat on the throne in front of them. During the rule of Sultan Ibrahim Lodi, Vasco da Gama landed in India. Babur defeated Sultan Sikandar Lodi at the Battle of Panipat 1526. Let's first look at the most obvious one, which is that Babur did not defeat Sikandar, Ibrahim Lodi. This is a very standard known fact. This is not an issue. First Battle of Panipat, not an issue. So if you do that, basically you get 2 options, 1 and 1 and 2. So we know 1 is correct. Yes, Behlul Lodi comes from the Afghan tradition. He did not believe that he was a king. He was the first among equals. Therefore, he used never sit on the throne. Very liked by his what is called the nobles itself. However, Sikandar Lodi started to become a little bit alienated. Ibrahim Lodi everybody hated. That is why Daulat Khan Lodi called Babur, because he became too drunk with power. Now it's about knowing the time period of Vasco da Gama and Ibrahim Lodi. Now, very simply, Vasco da Gama is 1498 and Ibrahim Lodi is not in that period. So if this statement during the rule of Ibrahim Lodi, Vasco da Gama landed in India, this statement in a way was Sikandar or Behlul, it would still have been incorrect. The basic point of the matter is, it is not under Lodis that Ibrahim Lodi comes through. It is technically just in between the Lodis and the Mughals. Therefore, this is incorrect. The answer is 1 only, which is the fact that the first statement is only correct, second and third statement is totally incorrect. It is not the Lodi period in which he comes in. It is, firstly, is going to South India. That is the first catch. There is no connection between Ibrahim Lodi and Vasco da Gama, the Mauryaans. But the basic point of the matter is, even that connection, if it is not technically coming to your mind, the basic point of the matter is the time period is different. Now, with reference to the Indian history, consider the following statements. The Dutch captured Nagapattinam from the Britishers and made it their main stronghold in South India. The Portuguese captured Salsette and Basin from the Marathas. The Britishers received Bombay as a dowry from the Portuguese when Charles II married Catherine of Braganza, or Portuguese Prince Catherine. Now, we need to know correct. We know very well that Bombay was transferred in 1661 under the dowry transfer between Portuguese and the British. This is a very standard known fact and the only moment of cooperation between Portuguese and the English. So 3 has to be correct. standard known fact, any book, be it Vipin Chandra, be it any book, you will find it here. So the 3 needs to be there. Now unfortunately, 3 options have 3. Now, Dutch captured Nagapattinam from Britishers and made it a stronghold in South India. Now the point is, if you know the basic logic of advent of Europeans, it's Portuguese, Dutch and thereafter English. So the Dutch would never interact with the British in Nagapattinam because they were technically the ones who led to the decline of the Portuguese. So very simply, one has to be incorrect because there's a chronological difference. The Dutch came first rather than the English. So it's Portuguese, Dutch, English. So the Dutch would be fighting the Portuguese and technically not the Britishers. The Britishers would later fight the Dutch. So one has to go. So it's either 2 and 3 only or 3 only, which is now we know that 3 is correct, which we already knew. The Portuguese captured Salsette and Basin from the Marathas. Second statement. Now here, Marathas, Portuguese. The point is, it's the other way around. When the Portuguese started to become a little bit weak, the Marathas actually captured Salsette and Basin from the Portuguese. So this is also incorrect. The answer here is 3 only. Very simply, remember this, that the chronological sequence of these can help you understand the basic concept itself. Now, with reference to the Lothal site of Indus Valley Civilization, which was recently in the news, consider the following statements. Here, there's a statement which plays with your mind, which is here 1 statement, 2 statement, 4 statements. So in a way, it is a problem in itself. Now, it is the westernmost IVC site in India, located along the river Sabarmati in Gujarat. Also known as the Manchester of the Indus Valley Civilization because it had rich cotton producing areas and the world's earliest known dock which facilitated trade. Metal objects found at Lothal suggest that the IVC people had knowledge of iron smelting, and it is the only Indus Valley site where rice cultivation was prevalent. First and foremost point, this is totally incorrect because the westernmost site is not Lothal, it is in between, rather is Sutka Gendor. This is again Manda, Sutka Gendor, Alamgirpur, standard things which you need to know for IVC. Totally incorrect. So one statement is incorrect. Thereafter, we need to see if this statement is correct or not. It says it is the only site where rice cultivation. Extreme statement, totally incorrect. Now we need to be between 2 things. Did it have a dock and was it the Manchester? Yes, it was. Now it's about this third statement. Now what the UPSC is technically going to do with you is that basically this exact statement is given in an optional level book, Upinder Singh. And basically this is true that at Lothal we have found what we call as a blast furnace type thing in which there was a metal in which 33% was copper but 66% was iron. So it says suggest. It does not say that it is determined. So it says metal objects found at Lothal. It totally goes against the concept of a Bronze Age civilization. But because there is specific reference to Lothal, if it was not this statement would have become incorrect. But because it is specific reference to Lothal, it technically becomes a correct statement. So remember that sometimes UPSC plays with your mind, which is the statement seems incorrect, but is correct with specific reference to Lothal. This totally should be in your mind with regards to this, that metal objects found at Lothal suggest. It's not a concept, it's a suggestion. So there's an ambiguity in this concept. So that is why the third statement we gave you with regards to checking, are you reading beyond the lines or are you just going with standard subject? So as optional level student will get this question, but it's a difficult question in that regard because here there are 2 statements which are correct, only 2 statements are correct, 2 statements are incorrect. Okay, which of the following statements correctly represents the life and teaching of Kabir? Salvation would be obtained through devotion towards God. His belief and ideas were reflected in his dohas, composed and written by him. The major part of his work is included in the Guru Granth Sahib. Now in this, very simply, salvation through devotion, standard bhakti concept. His beliefs were composed and written by him. Kabir technically wrote nothing. His dohas were recited, they were later compiled. So this statement is incorrect. This goes. 1 and 3 only, 1 only. Is there a reference to Kabir within the Guru Granth Sahib? There is. So the first two statements are correct. 1 and 3 is correct. So very simply, the fact of the matter is you have to read closely. If you read closely, you know that basically nothing was written by him. They were composed by him for sure, later compiled by his followers. Now, the last question. Which of the following provisions are or were introduced in India under the Government of India Act 1919, Montagu-Chelmsford reforms? Secretary of State for India to be paid out of the British Exchequer, diarchy at the center, bicameralism at the center, separate electorates for women. Now here, very simply, what they've done is they've mixed 1919 with 1935. With 1935. Which is that diarchy at center was actually said or was suggested in 1935 Act, but was never implemented. So this is not an option. Separate electorates for women, again, is something which was suggested in 1935 and not in 1919, Montagu-Chelmsford. Therefore, the first and the third statement is correct, and the second and the fourth is 1935 Government of India Act. So, with this, we finish the 16 questions of history. Now, I'll hand it over to Mukesh sir with geography. And I hope that you were able to understand the basic logic of these questions, and we're trying to test your knowledge with regards to, are you reading beyond the book or are you just sticking to standard sources? Thank you, and we'll continue with geography.
Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep. Welcome to this discussion where we shall be holding the discussion for the questions which have appeared for the subject of geography as well as environment and ecology. Now, while few of the questions were slightly factual, but majority of the questions asked in this area and in this topic were analytical in nature, where you could reach the answer very easily if you had some clue or some basic concept regarding the entirety of the topic. So one by one, let us pick up the questions and let us understand what could be the approach in order to solve these questions and what could be the correct method to reach at the solution. So starting with the first question of geography, and the first question is about hurricanes. Now when we say hurricanes, hurricanes basically are nothing but a kind of a tropical cyclone. Now this tropical cyclone in general, where does it occur? So tropical cyclones are observed amongst the lower latitudes and the water bodies of the lower latitudes. And these are extremely low pressure areas which eventually lead to the circulation of wind, and that is what we refer to as the cyclonic circulation. Now, these cyclones, when they occur in the region of Atlantic, that is where they are referred to as hurricanes in general. Now, let us analyze the statements. Hurricanes are formed along a front over warm water, ocean water in mid-latitudes. So here, first of all, the hurricanes, they are not formed along the fronts. What kind of cyclonic circulation is observed across the fronts? We have the formation of temperate cyclones. And temperate cyclones are the ones which happen and which are observed and experienced across the mid-latitudes and the frontal formation. Hurricanes are not associated with that. So the first statement is incorrect. So automatically, wherever you have statement 1, eliminate that. Now the second statement. A pre-existing high-level cyclonic circulation favors the formation and intensification of hurricanes. Now, when we talk about hurricanes or any kind of tropical cyclone to be formed, you need certain pre-existing conditions to be fulfilled so that the cyclonic circulation is achieved. For example, you need a sea surface temperature above 27 degrees Celsius. You need a pre-existing low pressure center. You also need an existence of a low wind shear in general. But here, you have the high level cyclonic circulation. High level here refers to upper altitude. But in the case of hurricanes or any kind of tropical cyclone, you need a low level cyclonic circulation rather than a high level one. So this is incorrect. So then, you might have this query that what is existent at a higher level? So in general, you will observe that closer to the sea surface, whenever a hurricane or any kind of tropical cyclone develops, closer to the surface, you have an intensified low pressure, due to which the winds and the air that is forced to rise up. Whereas at upper altitude, at higher elevation, you have a subsiding or a sinking air column. And that induces a kind of a high pressure center. So this is incorrect. Now again, 2 is incorrect. That means B is also eliminated. So automatically you are left with only one option, and that is hurricane dissipates on reaching the land due to moisture supply cutoff. Now this is correct. Any kind of tropical cyclone will get intensified and will get much more stronger as long as they remain over a water body. The moment they hit a landmass, that is when the supply to moisture gets cut off. Now, how does that lead to the dissipation of a hurricane? Basically, what happens after this is that once that moisture is cut off, that means the amount of condensation which is experienced, that reduces. With the reduction in the amount of condensation which happens, the latent heat of condensation which is produced in that entire phenomena, that gets cut off, and thereby the low pressure is not intensified anymore. So the entire cycle where the cyclone keeps on intensifying and strengthening itself as long as it is over a water body, that is something which gets cut off, and hence eventually immediately after reaching the landmass, the weakening of the cyclonic circulation is something which is initiated. So the third statement is correct here, and here the answer will be C, that is 3 only. So here you can see the basic idea regarding the tropical cyclone, its formation, that is more than sufficient to solve this question very easily. Now, moving on to the next question. This is slightly factual in nature regarding the coal reserves which are present in different parts of the country. So let us understand that, and let us analyze what if we don't know the factual status, how can we solve the question even after that. So for example, the first statement, Maharashtra has more coal reserves than Madhya Pradesh. Now let us assume we don't know if Maharashtra has got more reserves or Madhya Pradesh has got more reserves. Ideally, it is slightly simpler to understand that because of the Singrauli region and so on, Madhya Pradesh has got higher amount of reserves, but let us assume we don't know this. Now, the second statement, lignite is the medium grade of coal having the highest heating capacity. While lignite is the medium grade of coal, slightly to the lower extent of it, but it does not have the highest heating capacity. Which has got the highest heating capacity? It is anthracite. Anthracite, which has got close to around roughly 90 to 95% of carbon content in it, that has got the highest heating capacity. So the second is incorrect. Now the moment we know second is incorrect, you will be able to eliminate two of the options. So either one is correct or three is correct. Now let us analyze the third statement. The third statement is bituminous coal, which is slightly higher grade of coal, where you have close to around 75 to 80% of carbon content, which also belongs to the Gondwana coal variety, which you find in India, where the carbonification process was initiated close to around 200 million years back. So that is something which is found in the Chota Nagpur region, in the Bastar region, as well as in the river valleys across Godavari, Mahanadi, as well as some portions in the peninsular part of India. So bituminous coal is found in Jharkhand, Odisha, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. So this is a correct answer. So 3 is correct. We know that 3 is correct. So automatically it leads us to the second answer. However, now coming back to the first statement, Maharashtra has more coal reserves than Madhya Pradesh. Incorrect. Because the entire region around Singrauli belt, that is very rich in terms of coal reserves in Madhya Pradesh. In the case of Maharashtra, some amount of coal reserves that is found in the eastern part close to the Durg, Bastar and Chandrapur belt. Durg, Bastar belonging to the Chhattisgarh region and Chandrapur belt belonging to the Maharashtra region. So Maharashtra has got slightly lesser amount of reserve. However, this was slightly simpler, which you can solve. But then if a random state is thrown at you in the examination, that is how, by the process of elimination and the process of verification of each and every statement, you can reach the answer very easily. So the answer in this is B, that is 3 only. Now, the next question. This is again a bit of the factual statement, but again, when we talk about the peaks and the mountain ranges where they are found. So when we talk about Nanda Devi is a mountain peak of the Himalayas which is found in the region of Garhwal in Uttarakhand. So ideally, it should be situated in the Garhwal Himalayas. Here it is given Himadri. So this is incorrect. Dev Tibba is amongst the westernmost ranges and westernmost peaks which is present in India, and it is in the Pir Panjal range. So this is correctly matched. Whereas Nanga Parbat is again along the northwestern part of the country, where the Himalayas, they take a syntaxial bend to the south. So that is where Nanga Parbat is not situated near Garhwal Himalayas, rather it is situated in the Himadri ranges of the northwestern part of the country. So here you have only one pair which is correct, and hence the answer in this is going to be B. Now, after that, the question regarding isotherms. Now, this is about distribution of isotherms and how is it that the isotherms bend in various different areas when it comes to land and water bodies. Now, for this, you need a basic understanding that when we talk about land areas and the water bodies, there is a difference in terms of the amount of heating which is received and the rate at which heating does happen and the rate at which cooling is also initiated. So, when we talk about these isotherms, when they move over from continental areas over to the water bodies and from water bodies over to the continental areas, they indicate a kind of a bend. Why? Because of differential rate of heating. So, if we were to understand that in a very rough manner, let's suppose we consider this as a landmass in North America. Okay? Let's consider this to be a water body. And again, a continental landmass, let us assume, over the region of Europe. Now, the question is about the isotherms and their deviation in the month of January and July in general. So, in the month of January, in the northern hemisphere, what is the climate or what is the season? We have the winter season. Now, when we talk about the winter season, in winter season, because of the fact that land is able to lose heat at a much quicker pace, you will find that the land areas are much colder. Land is colder as compared to water body. Why? Because water bodies, they hold the temperature for a much longer period of time because the specific heat is more. So here, let us suppose and let us assume we represent a kind of an isotherm of around 0 degrees Celsius. Okay. Now, while on the land areas you will experience 0 degrees Celsius, what about the water body? In water body, you have to go to much higher latitudes in order to experience 0 degrees. So this isotherm will bend north over the water bodies, and again over the land area, it will have a slight deviation to the south. Okay? Now, this is why, and why does this happen? This is because you have water body which is slightly warmer. So at the same latitude, you might experience higher temperature. Higher temperature, maybe 5 degrees C, 10 degrees C isotherm will pass through this particular region. So now if we analyze the statements after this basic, the isotherm deviates to the north over the ocean in the northern hemisphere during the month of January. This is correct because we have seen it deviates to the north in the case of northern hemisphere. Isotherms generally run parallel to the latitude in the southern hemisphere during the month of July. Now, regardless of the month and regardless of the season of the year, when we talk about the southern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, the isotherms in general are parallel to the latitudes. And why is that? Because in the southern hemisphere, you have a kind of an overwhelming dominance of the water bodies. And when you have a dominance of the water bodies, that means temperature does change in a kind of a very homogeneous manner, in a kind of a very regularized manner. So that is where it will always be parallel to the latitudes, be it in the month of July, be it in the month of January. So this is correct. Now, even after this, if you analyze the options, there is only one option where both 1 and 2 are correct. Rest all of them, they don't have the option of 1 and 2 correct. So automatically you can reach the answer. Having said that, let us analyze the third statement. The isotherms diverged towards the north in Europe during the month of January. We have seen that over the region of Europe, the isotherms, they move to the south rather than deviating to the north. So the third statement is incorrect. So again, a basic analytical question where the concept involved was the differential heating of land and water body. That would be sufficient enough to solve this question. Now, another question with reference to atmospheric layers. Now, with reference to the atmospheric layers, consider the following statements. The first statement, all clouds that are generated by weather are found in the tropospheric level. While your general application of concepts would tell you that most of the wind circulation happens in the troposphere and all the climatic conditions and weather conditions, including the cloud formation, are limited to the lower level of tropopause, but you still have stratospheric clouds in existence. For example, you have polar stratospheric clouds which end up depleting the ozone layer as well. Moreover, whenever you have pyrocumulus clouds which get created due to volcanic eruptions, the cloud formation exceeds the upper region sometimes of stratosphere as well. So that is where the first statement is incorrect. Not all the clouds are restricted only to tropospheric layer. You have some amount of clouds which are also to be found in the region of stratosphere, even though the density is very less. The stratosphere is the densest tropospheric or the densest atmospheric layer rather. This again is incorrect. Why? Because when we talk about the densest atmospheric layer, we are talking about troposphere. Why is it that the troposphere has got the highest amount of density? That is primarily because of the fact that when we talk about the Earth's surface, the gravitational pull which is exerted by the surface, that pulls all the various gaseous particles, all the water vapor and the dust particles as well, very close to the surface. That is why the density of the atmosphere is going to be maximum closest to the surface, and as you move up, the density keeps on reducing. So that is why the density is maximum in the case of troposphere, where the troposphere ends up representing close to around 80% of the mass of the entirety of the atmosphere. So the second statement is also incorrect. Now the third statement. The coldest place within the Earth system is found at the top of mesospheric layer. Top of mesospheric layer. So we know that as we enter into the region of stratosphere, the temperature starts to increase. There is a negative lapse rate which is in existence. Why? Because of the presence of ozone layer and the ozonosphere, which absorbs and reflects back the UV rays of the sun. That is why stratospheric warming takes place. Having said that, as we cross the stratopause and enter into the region of mesosphere, again the temperature starts reducing. By the time that we reach the top of the mesosphere, the temperature is at the range of close to around -100 degrees Celsius. And that is the lowest temperature which is observed. Beyond the mesosphere and beyond the mesopause, again you have thermosphere and exosphere, where the temperature indicates an increase. So here the third statement is going to be correct, that the coldest place within the Earth system is on the top of the mesospheric layer in the region of mesopause. Then the thermospheric layer is free of clouds and water vapor. This is correct because majority of the water vapor, almost all amount of water vapor is restricted into the troposphere and to some amount in the region of stratosphere, not beyond that. So this is also correct. So we had to find out that how many statements are incorrect. So here you have two statements which are incorrect, making B as the correct answer in this case. Okay? Now, the next question. The next question is with regards to La Nina. Now, when we talk about La Nina conditions, this is a condition which is prevalent in the region of Pacific Ocean. Now, being prevalent in the region of Pacific Ocean, La Nina also does influence Indian monsoon and the southwest monsoons in India. Now, we know that when we have southwest monsoons in India during the La Nina conditions, it is always going to be beneficial for the southwest monsoon because we are going to receive more amount of rainfall. But let us analyze these statements in greater detail. So, the first statement. It is known to have a negative correlation with the northeast monsoon or the retreating monsoon. Now, when we talk about northeast monsoon or even the retreating monsoon, let us assume this is the peninsular part of the country. In the case of the northeast monsoon, the wind pattern is from northeast to southwest. Now, if you have La Nina conditions in the region of Pacific, let's assume you have La Nina conditions in the Pacific, that means you have warmer waters in the region of Western Pacific. So that means here you have low pressure and warm water. Now, with the help of the trade winds, this warm water and higher temperature is carried further westward. And that creates certain low pressure conditions over the region of Bay of Bengal and sometimes even over the region of Arabian Sea, but mostly over the region of Bay of Bengal. While it is ideal for the generation of cyclonic circulation in the region of Bay of Bengal, recently you would have observed you had a cyclone Sitrang which hit the eastern coastline due to the development of that low pressure. But when you have the development of this low pressure over this water body, that means all the winds, rather than moving in a northeast to southwest direction, the winds, they get deviated towards that low pressure center, due to which you have a dire impact or a negative impact on the northeast monsoon condition. So that is where it is known to have a negative correlation with the northeast monsoon stands to be a correct statement. The second statement. It has been associated with the recent prolonged heat waves in summer in India. So this year, in the month of March and April, India suffered and experienced a kind of a prolonged heat wave. And why was that? It was partially attributed to the La Nina conditions in existence in the region of Western Pacific. Now, how is it that La Nina conditions can lead to a heat wave? So for that, you have to understand that when we have heat waves during the month of April or later part of March, that is largely brought about by a lack of rainfall. Any kind of convectional rainfall or in general a regularized rainfall, that is inhibited. Now why does that happen? So again, coming back to the same logic and the same image. Here, as the trade winds, they carry the warmer waters and the higher temperature from the region of Western Pacific further into the region of Bay of Bengal. You have low pressure centers over the water body. That means despite heating of the landmass, you don't have winds going over to the landmass. Why? Because majority of the winds are attracted towards this low pressure. And that means you have lesser moisture carrying winds coming over to the land areas. So the land starts getting heated up. And despite getting heated up, you don't have winds coming over from water body to land areas, but rather you have winds moving over to the water body themselves. So that means a prolonged spell of lack of rainfall, which brings about heat wave conditions. So it is associated with the prolonged heat waves in summer in India. That is going to be correct. Now, La Nina is associated with above normal sea surface temperature in the eastern and central Pacific. But we know that is the condition either during El Nino or El Nino Modoki. It is not the condition prevalent during the situation of La Nina. So this is incorrect. Right? It is in the case of La Nina, where do you have above normal sea surface temperature? You have it in the region of Western Pacific Ocean. Then, the fourth statement. In general, it is considered harmful to the Indian economy. This again is incorrect. Why? Because La Nina is oftentimes associated with above average rainfall in India brought by the advancing or the southwest monsoon. In India, we receive close to around 75% of annual rainfall during the months and the season of the southwest monsoon. So when we say that you have La Nina conditions, means a generally higher amount of rainfall, which is very beneficial for the agricultural crops. So that is where you have a rural productivity which increases, which thereby increases the demand in the rural economy. And with a population of more than 65% of India's population residing in the rural areas, a greater rural demand is always going to be beneficial for the Indian economy. So it is not harmful. La Nina years are generally helpful for the Indian economy. So how many of the statements given above are correct? Again, the answer will be B. That is 2 statements, 1 and 2. They are correct in this scenario. Now, moving on to the next question. Consider the following statements, and this is about the ocean currents. So, cold ocean currents have an effect on desert formation in coastal regions of tropical and subtropical countries. Now, whenever we have cold ocean currents in existence, generally you will find across the western margins of the continents, you have these cold ocean currents. For example, you have the Canary current in the case of Atlantic Ocean, you have even the Beniguela current in the case of Southern Atlantic, you have California current in the region of Eastern Pacific Ocean. All these are cold ocean currents, even West Australian current in the region of Southern Indian Ocean. Now, whenever you have a cold ocean current, suppose this is a water body and this is a land mass. So, the temperature here reduces due to the cold ocean current. As the temperature reduces closer to the land surface, this brings about a kind of a temperature inversion. And this temperature inversion in general, that is associated with a lack of rainfall. And this lack of rainfall is what results in formation of deserts in various different areas. So this is basically correct, that they have an effect on desert formation in the coastal regions. Mostly you will find across the western margins of continents. That is where you have majority of the deserts, be it the Victoria Desert in the case of Australia, be it the Kalahari Namib Desert in the case of Africa, be it the Utah Desert or the Mojave Desert in the case of United States and North America. All of that is associated with a cold ocean current. Then Oyashio and California current, both of them a part of the Pacific Ocean circulation, are warm ocean currents. This is incorrect. Both of them are cold ocean currents. While Oyashio current comes from the northern latitudes and meets with the Kuroshio in the western Pacific, creating ideal fishing zones there. Whereas California current is a cold ocean current which is in existence in the region of eastern part of Pacific. So this is incorrect. Now we know second statement is incorrect. Eliminate the options where you have the second statement being mentioned. Automatically you can reach the answer even if you don't know the third statement. The third statement is that the growth of planktons is favored by the mixing of warm and cold currents. So whenever you have the mixing of warm and cold oceanic currents taking place, automatically that increases the amount of dissolved oxygen in that localized area, which brings about a greater plankton population. Phytoplanktons, they increase, and thereby you also have an increase in the krills and other small zooplanktons, etc., which is always beneficial for the fish population. And the fish population increases, resulting in ideal fishing grounds. Few of the areas, for example, where you have the mixing of the warm Gulf Stream and the cold Labrador current in the case of northwestern Atlantic, and also you have the mixing of the warm Kuroshio and the cold Oyashio in the region of northwestern Pacific Ocean. Both of them are very ideal fishing grounds because of growth of plankton. So this is again going to be the correct statement. So the answer in this is going to be 1 and 3 only. Again, a simpler question based upon analytics and analysis of the basic aspect regarding ocean currents in general. Now, consider the following statements with reference to mass movement. Now, when we talk about mass movement, that is where you have a large amount of material which comes down the slope owing to the availability of the gravitational force, availability of water, and materials which can move. Now, mass movement is very different from the erosional process. Erosional process comes under the entire aspect of what we refer to as gradation. That is where you have the influence of the winds, running water, glaciers, as well as the coastal areas and the sea waves, etc. So erosion is very different as compared to mass movement. So weathering is a prerequisite for mass movement, means weathering is absolutely essential for mass movement to happen. This is incorrect. While weathering can always encourage mass movements to happen, weathering can always accelerate the amount of mass movements which will happen, but it is not a prerequisite. And here, for example, if you take the case where, let's say, the slope is very steep, even if the materials have not been weathered, if you have larger rocks which are present here, in case there is excessive amount of rainfall, owing to that gravitational component, these materials will start falling. So that is where it is not always a prerequisite. Then the second statement, mass movements are aided by glaciers, gravity, and running water. Here, while gravity is correct, glaciers and running water, they bring about the process of erosion. They don't bring about the process of weathering. And also mass movement is not brought about by glaciers and running water. They bring about here a kind of erosion. Running water here refers to river water, stream runoff, etc. So the second statement here again is incorrect. So both the statements are incorrect. You automatically have only one statement left, that is D, that is 3 only. Having said that, although there is a migration or movement of materials from one location to another, mass movements are not equivalent to erosion. This is correct. In the case of erosion, slowly and steadily, it is a continuous process whereby materials are transported from one region to another. You have degradation or erosion which happens in one area, and then transportation followed by deposition which happens in another region, which is referred to as aggradation. So erosion is completely different from the process of mass movement. So third statement is correct here. That brings us to the answer, that is D, 3 only. Okay, so that is about the questions which appeared from geography in general. You will see that there is a kind of an analytical aspect to it. If you are able to analyze, you will be able to reach the answer. Yes, there are few factual ones, for example, the one we see now. With reference to lithium, consider the following statements. Lithium has wide application in batteries, nuclear and photovoltaic industries. This is correct. You have lithium ion cells and batteries which are under increased demand in the EV segment. So this is correct. The first statement is correct. India's first ever lithium deposit was found in Karnataka. Now this is based upon current affairs. This is where oftentimes one or the other statement is taken from the portion of current affairs and it is mixed with your natural subset of geography in order to confuse the candidates. So here, India's first ever lithium deposit, was it found in Karnataka? Yes. In the region of Ramnagar in the Mandya district of Karnataka, that is where you had the lithium reserves which were found. Very close to the region of Mysore and Bangalore industrial region, that is where you have the presence of lithium reserves which have been explored. So the second statement is also correct. Australia is home to the world's largest lithium reserves. This is incorrect. Where is it that you have the largest lithium reserves? So you have that in the region of South America, particularly in the country of Bolivia. In South America, you have large deposits of these lithium reserves, particularly in the countries of Bolivia, then you have Chile, as well as Argentina. And these three countries, they make up what we refer to as a lithium triangle. Lithium triangle. This is where one of the highest deposits of lithium, they are found across the globe. Other than that, western part of China, the Xinjiang region of China, that is also significantly rich in terms of lithium reserves. Now, after that, lithium-rich stars, they burn helium in their core. This is again about the recent findings where many of the astrophysicists, they found out that many of the stars who do have a lot of lithium as it appears on the surface, basically they are burning helium in their core. And that is how eventually lithium gets created in certain stars and in some amount of stars. So this is again correct. So you have 1, 2 and 4 which stand to be correct in this case. This again slightly factual, but again if you had an idea about, let's say, the lithium triangle, you would have been able to eliminate maximum and you would have been able to reach the correct answer here as well. Now, another question with regards to the direct seeding of rice method. So which of the following can be the advantages of the direct seeding of rice method? Now when we say direct seeding of rice, it is different from your conventional and your very traditional methods of cultivation of rice. Because in our traditional methodologies, what we carry out is basically we first of all take the seeds into a nursery. There the saplings start growing. After that, the main field is inundated with water. Lot of moisture is present, and then you carry out those saplings, you transplant them into the main field and allow them to grow, because rice requires some amount of moisture. This kind of traditional method of cultivation of rice is what is also referred to as a kind of a flood irrigation methodology. But this flood irrigation is a technique which brings about a lot of loss of water. Lot of water lies stagnant and thereby is lost. As long as the water is stagnant, it also starts storing in significant amount of methane. And that is where once the water is evaporated, that methane is also emitted out into the atmosphere. So that is where it leads to global warming as well. So that is where the traditional methods of rice cultivation is not very eco-friendly, and even for sustainability it is not advised. Direct seeding of rice is a methodology where the soil moisture is maintained rather than flooding the soil or the land mass. What you do is you carry out the process of mulching, where you cover the top layer of the soil, and after that you start planting the seeds directly. So there is no involvement of transplantation or a nursery. So methane is not emitted. And because you are directly planting the seeds, that brings about an early maturity by around 10 to 15 days as well, which is quite significant, which allows you to prepare your field in case of Rabi sowing and the Rabi season as well. So, which of the following can be the advantages of the direct seeding of rice method? First, early crop maturity, yes, because you don't need to transplant the saplings anymore. Conservation of soil moisture, that is also done. How? By the process of mulching. Then after that, reduced water consumption, because you are not carrying out flood irrigation anymore. So this is also correct. And reduction in methane emissions, because you no longer have a kind of a wetland of scenario which is present in these rice fields. So all the four statements here are correct, making D 1, 2, 3, 4 as the correct answer. Now, the last question of geography. This type of climate is characterized by hot rainy seasons and cool dry seasons. That means you have dry winter, lack of winter rainfall. Now, the prevailing winds of the region are trade winds, which means this region is tropical and winter dry. Generally observed in the case of tropical grasslands, which are generally referred to as tropical savanna. Now, the diurnal means daily range of temperature is extreme in this type of climate. Why? Because the moisture is very less. So that is why the day temperature is high, but the night temperature is very low. Vegetation is characterized by tall grass and short trees. So you have a tropical grassland known by different names in South Africa or South America. You have Llanos in the region of Venezuela, Campos in the region of Brazil, Bushveld in the region of South Africa, and so on. So this represents the savanna climate in general. Okay, so the answer is D, that is the savanna climate. Overall, you can see that the questions were not difficult. It can be categorized into the medium category, provided you apply your logic, you keep your logical angle of the brain open, and you know which concepts are asked there. If you have the basic concepts, you can solve these questions. Now, coming to the portion of environment and ecology. Now here, while some of the questions were factual, but then again, many of these questions, even the factual ones, could be solved by application and analysis of the option statements. Let us take a look at it. How? So the first question, which of the following belongs to the category of volatile organic compounds, VOCs? Now you would have read volatile organic compounds under the portion when you were reading about formation of photochemical smog or ground level ozone. Their volatile organic compounds, they are an important input. Now these volatile organic compounds, they are created whenever you have a carbon compound which is in a way reacting to other compounds other than carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, metal carbonates or carbides and other forms of carbonates. Other than that, all the different carbon compounds which get created, they are under the category of volatile organic compounds. So the first statement, byproducts produced by chlorination in water treatment, that creates chlorocarbon, so that is correct. A compound of carbon such as carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, this is incorrect, because as I told you, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, carbonates, metal carbides, etc., they are not considered a part of volatile organic compounds. Industrial solvents such as tetrachloroethylene, again Any other carbon compound will come under that. Benzene, toluene, which are generally an outcomes of indoor air pollution, they are also very much a part of volatile organic compounds. These volatile organic compounds, they are very important to form secondary air pollutants which persist in the atmosphere and in the lower troposphere for a very long period of time. So photochemical smog, then you have PAN, that is peroxyacetyl nitrate, all of that is formed or created by these volatile organic compounds along with ground level ozone. So here you had 1, 3, 4 and 5 as the correct answer. Then, which of the following statements is correct with reference to the Shunya campaign that was recently in news? Now, Shunya campaign is associated with reduction in carbon emission. So that is something which was launched by Niti Aayog, and this Shunya campaign aims to reduce the carbon emissions by going for electrical vehicles when it comes to deliveries and various different urban transportation, etc. So the correct answer in this case is it intends to reduce air pollution by promoting the use of electric vehicles for ride-hailing services between the various areas in urban centers as well as deliveries in terms of logistical reaches. That is where you have the Rocky Mountain Institute along with Niti Aayog, that is you have Niti Aayog along with RMI Institute or RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute. Both of them were instrumental in launching that Shunya campaign. Again, a part of the current affairs of environment. You find many questions coming from the portion of current affairs in environment when it comes to either prelims or the mains examination. Few questions are from basics, but most of them are associated with the portion of current affairs. Now consider the following statements with respect to or with reference to the ethanol blending recently in news. Now, ethanol blending has been in news in order to make use of this biomass that we have in large quantums and in order to reduce our fuel expenditure, because India is a country which imports significant amount of fuel from abroad, and that heightens the import bill. So when we talk about ethanol blending of petroleum and also diesel is something which is being promoted by the government. Now you have various generations of biofuel which are produced. First generation, second generation, third and fourth generation. While the first generation is basically about where you use the food stock such as corn, you use maize, other different types of food grains that is utilized to produce the biofuel. Now this is not very efficient in terms of water consumption, etc. But nonetheless, biofuel can be produced from that. Sugarcane, bagasse is also used in this. Then you have second generation, where you have usage of the biomass from the various different plants such as bamboo, etc., which is used for production of this biofuel. The third generation, where you make use of microorganisms, specially cultivated and cultured microorganisms such as algae, that is utilized to produce that biofuel, which is much more efficient. And also the fourth generation, where specific kinds of engineered plants are grown which take in much more amount of carbon, where the carbon intake and the carbon uptake of the plants is so high that it becomes an efficient biofuel. Okay, so that is about the various different generations of ethanol blending and biofuel in general. So bamboo and woody biomass are the sources for the production of first generation ethanol. This is incorrect. This is for the second generation ethanol. For first generation, you use food stocks. Producing first generation ethanol requires lesser groundwater consumption than the third generation. In third generation, you use microorganisms. Obviously, that is going to be much more efficient. And in general as well, apply your normal logic. First generation will be more efficient or third generation? Always it is going to be third generation. So here, this is also incorrect. Usage of ethanol blended petrol can lead to substantial reduction in emissions of both carbon monoxide and nitrous oxide. Now this is incorrect. Why? While you use the ethanol blended petrol, it has been found out that it leads to significant reduction in the emission of CO2 as well as carbon monoxide. Both of these emissions, they reduce. But nitrous oxide, that remains persistent. So that is where the third statement is going to be incorrect. Now the fourth statement, ethanol blended petrol program of Government of India holds potential in saving India's foreign exchange reserves. How? This will end up reducing the import bill. So reduction in imports. Okay? When the imports they start reducing, automatically foreign exchange reserves will be saved in a way. So how many statements given above are correct? The answer is A. That is only one statement in this case. Then consider the following statements with reference to Montreal Protocol. Now Montreal Protocol was signed way back when? In 1987. And this was with regards to the depletion of the ozone layer. This was done in order to reduce the usage and phase out the usage of ozone depleting substances. So that is where Montreal Protocol was signed way back in 1987. India became a member of it in 1992. Okay? So India has been a party to the Montreal Protocol since its inception. Incorrect. Now, analyze the statements or the option. Wherever you have one, eliminate them. Automatically, you have the correct answer in front of you. Now, both developing and developed countries have binding and time-targeted commitments under the agreement. Under the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, both developing as well as developed countries have been set a kind of a target by which they have to phase out the ODS or ozone depleting substances. So second is correct. The third statement, at present, India has successfully phased out methyl bromide, methyl chloroform in compliance with the Montreal Protocol. So India has phased out chlorofluorocarbons, tetrachloride, methyl bromide, methyl chloroform, all of this, India has successfully phased out almost a decade back in itself. So 3 is also correct. So the correct answer in this case is 2 and 3 only. All these substances, they are used primarily where? They are used primarily for cooling and refrigeration purposes, as well as in usages such as fire extinguishers and so on. That is where you find the usage of these. Okay? Now, again, a factual kind of a question here. The Enhancing Climate Resilience of India's Coastal Communities project, which was recently in news, is funded by which one of the following? So, enhancing climate resilience of India's coastal communities, that is carried out in states such as Maharashtra, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh in partnership with UNDP. And that is where Green Climate Fund is the one which funds these projects and these larger programs in order to have a sustainable coastal community and in order to protect the coastal landscape and prevent pollution, different types of pollution, etc. So the answer in this case is going to be B, Green Climate Fund. Again, a very direct current affairs based factual question where if you are thorough with current affairs, you won't find a problem. Now, another factual question, but here, let us see how we can solve it by analyzing the statements. So consider the following statements with reference to the Battery Waste Management Rules 2022 that was recently in the news. Battery Waste Management Rules supersedes the battery regulations of 2001. That is correct. According to the rules, battery importers are not responsible for recycling used batteries. This is incorrect because under the provisions of EPR or Extended Producer Responsibility, right? Under that EPR, battery producers, manufacturers, including the importers, they are responsible for recycling the used batteries so that the solid waste pollution which happens, that is reduced. So this is incorrect. Now, we know that 2 is incorrect here. Then, at present, only automotive and industrial batteries are covered under the rules. So, if you have a battery waste management rule coming in 2022, why will it be restricted only to certain areas? It extends to all the possible areas wherever you have battery waste which is generated. So, this is incorrect. Why? Because you have the usage of the word only. Whenever you have the usage of such terms which represent an extremity of a statement, always, never, all these most of the times are incorrect. So that is where you have to look out for those. According to the rules, producers of the batteries can't engage other entities for the recycling of waste batteries. Why would government make a rule like this where the producers, they can't take help anywhere in order to recycle the batteries? This again defies logic. Having said that, you can take help of other third parties which specialized in a kind of a recycling and reuse purposes. So this statement is also incorrect. We have to find out which of them are incorrect. So the answer in this case will be D, that is 2, 3 and 4 only. Now, this was slightly factual, but again you would see and you would observe here that just application of logic, that a battery rule which is coming in 2022 will have certain prior conditions which shall be fulfilled and certain objectives which need to be met. So that is where the objective is to reduce the solid waste as much as possible. So that is where apply that common analysis and logic and you will reach the answer. Now, which of the following types of nitrogen-fixing bacteria has its characteristics correctly matched in the given table? Rhizobium. It improves access to other nutrients and boosts the crop's resistance to pathogens, pests, as well as abiotic stresses such as sudden rise of temperature, reduction in soil moisture, etc. So that is where rhizobium does help. So it is correctly matched. Frankia. It fixes atmospheric nitrogen by root nodules. You have slight bulges in the roots which appear. That is where Frankia is present. So this is also correct. Then you have Anabaena azola. It is a free-living nitrogen-fixing bacteria which is found in the soil. So this is again correct. So all the three are correct in terms of what are their characteristics and what are their utility. This again is an NCERT based simple question where if you don't know or if you have not read the basics, you will find it very difficult. But if you have read the basics, again comes into the categories of moderate to easy question framing. Now, consider the following statements with reference to elephant conservation in India. More than half of all wild Asian elephants in the world are found in India. This is correct. Close to around 60% of the Asian elephants, they are found in India. You have other elephant range countries in the region of Asia. For example, you have Sri Lanka, you have Myanmar, you have Thailand, you have even Indonesian, Sumatran region and so on. But majority of them, they are present in India. Now, Singpan Elephant Reserve was the first elephant reserve notified in India. So if again you would have read the portion of current affairs, you would know that Singpan Elephant Reserve, which is present in the region where? Nagaland, along with Lemru Elephant Reserve. Lemru Elephant Reserve, where is it present? It is present in the region of Chhattisgarh. These two elephant reserves are the latest ones which have been demarcated. It is not the earliest one. Earliest one is the Singhbhum Elephant Reserve, which you generally which you find in the region of Jharkhand. So that was amongst the earliest one. So the second is incorrect. From here also you can eliminate wherever second is present, you can eliminate that. But at present the elephant reserves in India are spread over 11 states. This again is incorrect because they are present in the region around 14 states, not 11 states. So this is again incorrect. Now, the next question. With reference to Dhara Mustard Hybrid 11 or DMH 11, which has recently received a kind of an approval from GEAC, consider the following statements. Unlike BT cotton, DMH 11 is not a transgenic crop. This is incorrect. It is a transgenic crop. Just like BT cotton, you have genes involved of various different plants, and that is where transgenic variety is achieved here. So DMH 11 has an acquired trait of self-pollination, which is not found in the existing mustard varieties in India. So almost all the prevalent mustard varieties that you have in the country, all of them, they exhibit a trait of self-pollination. This is the one where self-pollination is not observed. So that is where this is, again, this statement is opposite to what the reality is. It is incorrect. So both 1 and 2 are incorrect. Usage of DMH 11 crop commercially may help in addressing India's merchandise trade deficit. How? Because when we talk about India, we have a significant quantum of edible oil imports. Edible oil imports in India are very high. So if our production increases because of this hybrid variety, automatically the import level will come down. So the trade deficit will also reduce if you have a kind of an import substitution, or in a way, if you have a condition where the self-sufficiency is quite significant when it comes to edible oil. So the third statement is the only one which is correct, meaning D3 only is the correct statement in this case. Now, the next question. Which one of the following has recently launched the Green Fins Hub, a global initiative platform for sustainable marine tourism? So again, a factual current affairs based question. This has been launched by UNEP in order to bring about a sustainable coastal tourism in a way where in the coastal areas, due to tourism activities, many of the reefs, many of the coastal species, they were getting destroyed because of plastic pollution and other untreated waste which are being emitted into the coastal areas. So that is where UNEP has launched a program to bring about sustainability in terms of coastal tourism, because we have close to around 50 million people across the globe who are directly dependent upon coastal tourism. And indirect estimate is that indirectly close to around 500 million people across the globe, they are dependent upon the coastal ecosystem. So that is where a sustainability in coastal ecosystem that is being addressed by this Green Fins Hub. So that is launched by UNEP. Then, which of the following contains all beaches conferred with Blue Flag certification in India? So Blue Flag certification is again a program which brings about sustainability in the beach environment and the coastal system, which brings about cleanliness methods, proper waste disposal methodologies, all that when it is carried out in the beaches. That is where you have the Blue Flag certification which is awarded. As of now, India has got 11 such beaches which have been given Blue Flag certification. So the correct answer in this case is going to be B, that is Golden Beach, Kovalam Beach and Kappar Beach. Now here, do you need to remember all the beaches which have been given Blue Flag certification? If you can, you can. But then ideally, what I would suggest to you is that keep a track of current affairs. And in the span of the 12 months when you are appearing for the examination, in that span, all the new additions which happen, that is something which you should keep a track of. So the correct answer in this case is Golden Beach, where it is situated, Tamil Nadu, Kovalam and Kappar Beach. They have the Blue Flag certification. Consider the following statements with reference to tiger conservation in India. Now, at present, India has more than 70% of the world's wild tiger population. Absolutely correct. In India, the population of tigers, it is estimated, has crossed 2,900. Right? So when we talk about wild tiger population, that is something we get to know by the tiger census. which is released every 4 years. The latest tiger census is due to be released anytime later this month or early next month. So keep a track of that. That will be very vital for your current affairs in the following exams. Currently, all the tiger reserves in India have the CATS certification. So again, an extreme term is used here. All of them do not have that CATS certification. So that is where second stands to be incorrect. At present, Annamalai Tiger Reserve has the highest tiger density among India's tiger reserve. This is again based on the last tiger census data which was released way back in 2018. So as of that, the highest density in a way was present in Corbett Tiger Reserve. Where is it situated? Uttarakhand. Which river drains to that area? You have the left bank tributary of river Ganga, that is, you have Ram Ganga, which does drain through that area. So this is again incorrect. So the correct answer in this case will be A, that is 1 only. Now, with reference to India's updated nationally determined contribution, nationally determined contribution is something which is used in parlance with the Paris Agreement, right? So nationally determined contribution recently in the news, consider the following statements. The updated NDC added sector-specific mitigation commitments to India's NDC targets. So till now, India has not in itself set for it a sector-specific target. It has set for itself an overall goal, but not a sector-specific target. So this is incorrect. Then, India's updated NDC is expected to be implemented from 2021 to 2030. That is correct. According to her latest NDC, India is now committed to reducing its GDP emissions intensity by 45% by 2030 from 2005 levels. This is again correct. This is a commitment that India gave to the world at COP26, Conference of Parties, which is the highest decision making in any kind of such conventions and conferences. This Conference of Party 26, which was held where? Glasgow, 2021. That is where, under the Panchamrit in declaration that India gave, one of the declarations was reducing the GDP emissions intensity by 45%. So this is again correct. So here you have C, that is 2 and 3 only, which stand to be the correct answer. Now, consider the following statements. In India, the combined non-agricultural methane annual emission is less than the annual agricultural emissions of methane. This is incorrect. When we say non-agricultural methane emission, here we talk about industrial emission, wetland emission, emissions from solid waste, burning of biomass, all of that comes under non-agricultural methane annual emission, which is slightly more. Reduction in methane emission is one of the strategies of climate change adaptation. This is also incorrect. On the face of it, it seems correct, but here the key word was adaptation. So while reduction in methane emission is strategies for climate change mitigation, there's a difference between mitigation and adaptation. Adaptation means that climate is changing, you adapt to that climate change. But when you reduce the methane emission, overall you are reducing the impact or the overall effect of climate change in itself. So that is where it comes under the part of mitigation and not adaptation. Global Methane Pledge is an initiative of UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to collectively reduce methane emissions by at least 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. This is also referred to as Global 3030 Methane Pledge. This was again an outcome of COP26 held at Glasgow in 2021. India is still not a party of this global methane pledge. That is something you have to keep in mind. While this is correct, but India is still not a party to that. So the answer in this case is going to be C, that is 3 only. That is where COP, the Conference of Parties which are held, that becomes very, very important in the case of prelims examination as well as mains examination. This year, in fact, UPSC had asked a direct question regarding COP26. That is, in the year 2021 mains examination, UPSC had asked a direct question. So that is where direct questions, they do appear from these areas. COP at Egypt is being held as we speak. So always keep a track of the developments and the outcomes of that Conference of Parties. It is going to be very relevant for your exam. Now, which of the following statements is incorrect with reference to Project Tiger, the Project Cheetah rather? Project Cheetah is the project under which India has translocated few of the cheetahs from Namibia, that is the African cheetahs, to India and introduced them in the Kuno protected area in Madhya Pradesh. It was in significant amount of news wherever boardings and where boards and hoardings and advertisements you would see anywhere and everywhere, you would see the Project Cheetah about. So this is a question directly about it. This is the world's first intercontinental translocation project for large wild carnivores. Correct. It is a kind of a project in which a species is being restored in the country by bringing it from another country. This is again correct because in India, cheetahs went extinct way back in 1952. Under the project, the subspecies of cheetah which is being introduced back into the country are African cheetah. Again correct. Earlier, India was trying to negotiate with Iran, but that failed. So that is where African cheetahs have been brought in from Namibia. So all these 3 statements are correct. We had to find out the incorrect statement, and that is statement D. That is, the cheetah reintroduction in India is being overseen by Animal Welfare Board of India. This is incorrect. So this is the correct answer for you. What is the body which is overlooking that? It is basically NTCA. National Tiger Conservation Authority is the one which is overseeing that, not the Animal Welfare Board of India. So D is the correct answer in this case. Now, then coming to the next question. Consider the following statements with reference to Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, which was recently in news. Now, COP is the supreme decision-making body of UNFCCC? Correct. COP is the supreme decision-making body for any convention that you come across, be it CITES, be it CBD, be it UNFCCC. COP is the supreme decision-making body. No region can be the host of COP for 2 consecutive years. This is incorrect. There is no such norm. There have been instances where COP has been held in the same country consecutively. So this is incorrect. The COP presidency of UNFCCC rotates amongst the 5 recognized UN regions only. So in the region of Latin America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and in general the Americas, that is where the COP presidency that moves around. So this is basically correct. Till date, India has hosted the COP UNFCCC only twice. This is incorrect. India has held it only once. That is where the Delhi Ministerial Declaration was launched. So this is incorrect. India had launched it only once. So you have only 2 statements, that is B, which is going to be the correct answer. So again, the news stories and current affairs regarding Conference of Parties, be it for CITES, be it for UNCCD, be it for CBD, be it for UNFCCC, that becomes very relevant. So while the portion of environment slightly factual, but again many questions can be solved if you apply analysis and logic to the options, geography was purely analytical and moderate in category. So just focus on the basic concepts and current affairs and you are good to go. That is where we'll restrict the discussion for these. Now, for the remaining portions of international relations, I will invite Chetan sir to hold that discussion. So thank you for being patient enough. Carry on the discussion with Chetan sir going ahead. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Byjus Exam Prep. So now we are at the last part of this discussion. We are going to take a look at the questions from international relations, places in news, and science and technology. These subjects, they were largely driven from current affairs. So the questions that you see in the mock test, they're a good mix of static and the dynamic part. So let's start with international relations. Let's go one by one. We'll not just discuss and analyze the questions. We'll also try to understand why these topics have been picked so that you can be on the right path when you prepare for the next year's prelims. Let's start with the first question. Consider the following. There are 5 countries mentioned here: Russia, Armenia, Uzbekistan, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. So which of these countries given above are members of both the Collective Security Treaty Organization, or also known as CSTO, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, that is the SCO. See, such regional groupings, military alliances, they are very, very important for our exams, especially for prelims. These organizations, they have been frequently in news. You take CSTO, for example. It's a military alliance. It's a military alliance of 6 former Soviet states that includes Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Belarus, and Tajikistan. After the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia brought together the former Soviet states and formed this military alliance through which they offer collective defense to each other. That is, they support the other country, the other members, and provide collective defense to protect them against any external security threats. In many ways, it is quite similar to the NATO, which is a Western military alliance led by US and West European countries. The CSTO was very much in news since the last 1 year. For example, if you look at the crisis in Kazakhstan earlier this year, there was a political crisis, protests against the Kazakh government, and Russia, the leader of CSTO, rushed military troops from the CSTO to protect the Kazakhstan government. You might have heard about the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict involving Armenia and Azerbaijan. In that case as well, Armenia, which is a member of CSTO, a close ally of Russia, had sought military assistance from the CSTO, which Russia denied eventually. So because of all these recent events in and around Eurasia, CSTO was very much in news. Also because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. As NATO countries have put more pressure on Russia, Russia has strengthened its alliance with key allies like Kazakhstan, Belarus, Armenia, and others. So due to all these recent developments, CSTO becomes a very, very important organization. Even SCO for that matter. SCO, as you know, is an intergovernmental grouping of major powers located in and around the Central Asia region. It has countries like Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. India, Pakistan were recently added as members as well during the 2017 Astana summit. And during last year's Dushanbe summit, Iran was also accepted as a member. SCO has been playing a very important role in Central Asian geopolitics. It's a political, economic, and a security grouping. Recently, the SCO summit was also held at Samarkand in Uzbekistan, where there were a lot of important developments. India is an active participant at the SCO. So due to all these factors, groupings and organizations like CSTO, SCO are very, very important for prelims. So you should be familiar with the members of these groups, what's the mandate of these organizations, what major initiatives have they taken up. On these lines, you can always expect prelims questions. So that is why this practice question has been given in the mock test. Now, if you compare the members of CSTO and SCO, we can easily say that Russia and Kazakhstan are the only 2 countries which are part of both amongst the given options. See, Uzbekistan was a member of CSTO before, but Uzbekistan later quit CSTO. So only 1 and 5, that is option B, would be the right answer for this question. Next question. Which one of the following statements best describes the term Nord Stream recently seen in news? This is fairly a straightforward question, quite an easy question. Due to the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the tensions in Europe, Nord Stream project has been very much in news over the last 1 year. I'm sure many of you would already know the answer as well. It is a natural gas pipeline connecting Russia and Germany. Option B is the right answer. Now, don't neglect such topics, assuming that this practice question is very easy and straightforward. Because there can be other related topics related to Nord Stream, which can become a potential question in your UPSC prelims. So this is where you have to pay a little more attention, read a little more about such important topics. Of course, most serious aspirants will know that Nord Stream is a gas pipeline project between Russia and Germany. But for a successful aspirant, you have to put in that little extra effort, be familiar with a few more important details about the Nord Stream project. For example, you should know that it's an undersea pipeline. That is something unique about the Nord Stream project. It passes under the Baltic Sea. So there could be a map-based question based on the Nord Stream project. Or UPSC could ask, which are the Baltic states? Which are the Baltic countries? Because of Nord Stream project being in news, which passes through the Baltic Sea, under the Baltic Sea, there can be a question on the Baltic countries. So can you take this as an exercise? In the comments below, those who are watching on YouTube, do comment below and let us know which are the Baltic states. Read about it so that you are aware of these additional related facts which are connected with the Nord Stream pipeline. All right. So option B is the right answer for this question. Next question. Which one of the following statements is correct with reference to Kuril Islands? Kuril Islands also has been frequently in news. These islands, they are located between the Pacific Ocean and the Sea of Okhotsk. Is that clear? If you're familiar with the geography of the place, if you're familiar with these places which are frequently in news, it becomes much more easier to answer such questions. Kuril Islands is in the Pacific. It basically separates the Pacific from the Sea of Okhotsk, and it's a disputed island. It has been disputed between Russia and Japan. It's actually a very old dispute. Historically, Japan had control over Kuril Islands. Japanese were the inhabitants of Kuril Islands, which are strategically located. But after the Second World War, the then Soviet Union occupied Kuril Islands, and till date, Russia remains in control of Kuril Islands. These islands have been the source of a territorial dispute between Russia and Japan, because Japan claims these islands based on its historical records. Of course, recently, Kuril Islands was in news because when Japan imposed economic sanctions against Russia following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russia put pressure on Japan by bringing up the Kuril Island dispute again. This has been a long-standing dispute, but recently Russia started putting more pressure on Japan over the Kuril Islands because Japan joined the Western countries led by US in imposing sanctions against Russia. So it's in that context the Kuril Islands were in news recently. The correct answer is C. See, such questions you can even try to answer by elimination method. If you're thorough with current affairs, if you know about the other statements mentioned here, you can rule them out as well. Look at statement A, option A given here. You can rule it out because the disputed islands between China and Japan are the Senkaku Diaoyu Islands. This is frequently mentioned in news. In East China Sea, China-Japan have a maritime dispute over Senkaku Diaoyu Islands, not over Kuril Islands. So you can eliminate option A. If you know the geography of the place, you can say option B is also incorrect. It's not located between Sea of Japan and Pacific Ocean. Kuril Islands are located between the Sea of Okhotsk and the Pacific Ocean. Option D can also be ruled out because Andersen Air Force Base of the US is frequently in news. It is located on the Guam Island in the Pacific. It's not located in Kuril Islands. The Andersen Air Force Base is a major military base of the US, through which US exerts its military influence across the Pacific and counters China and even Russian presence in the Pacific. So it's located at Guam, not Kuril. So even by the elimination method, you can rule out A, B and D, and option C would be the right answer. Moving on, consider the following statements with reference to India's international trade. This is honestly a difficult question. The statements given here are very specific, a little factual as well. But if you have a sound understanding of India's foreign policy, if you understand the nature of India's trade with key countries, if you have followed the recent developments through newspapers, then you will be able to answer such questions as well. On the face of it, it looks to be very difficult, very challenging. But like I said, if you understand the nature of trade between India and these countries mentioned here, if you have followed the recent developments of last few years, you will be able to easily answer this question. So let's take a look at the statements given. First statement says in the last 5 years, the value of India-China trade has consistently increased. Here the key term is consistently. The statement is indicating that in the last 5 years, India-China trade has been increasing every year. Now ask yourself, can this statement be correct? Yes, China is our largest trading partner. Our trade volume has grown immensely in the last few years. Recently, we have crossed $100 billion as well. Last year, India-China trade has crossed $100 billion. It touched $125 billion. This year already we have crossed $100 billion. So you might assume that this statement is correct. But however, if you apply a little common sense, you will be able to realize why this statement is wrong. See, the year 2020 was a shock to the global economy. Why? Because the pandemic hit the world. The COVID-19 pandemic was a huge shock to the global economy, and of course it would have affected the trade relations of every country. Due to the lockdowns that were imposed, the trade restrictions that were in place, India-China trade would also have suffered in 2020. Don't forget that. You need not know the numbers. The statistics are not needed. No one can sit and remember the trade volume of the last 5 years, right? You can't sit and mug up these numbers. Just by applying a few basic, if you apply common sense here, you can easily realize 2020 would have seen a decline in India-China trade, right? So that makes the statement incorrect because the statement is saying it has consistently increased. So the trade data of 2020 shows that there was no consistent increase. It had increased in 2017, 2018, 2019. It increased in 21 and 22 as well. But in 2020, there was a decline. There was a fall because of the pandemic. So now, if you can eliminate statement 1, automatically A, B and D can be ruled out. Just look at the options given through the elimination method. You can rule out A, B and D, and obviously option C would be the right answer. You can even try to test the other statements. Singapore has emerged as the top sourcing nation in FDI to India in the financial year 2021-22. Here you can take a calculated guess, because in most years, Mauritius and Singapore are the top sources of FDI into India. If you have understood the flow of FDI into India and India's relations with Mauritius, US and Singapore, because these are the major countries which bring FDI into India. The top 3 sources of FDI are usually Mauritius, Singapore and the United States. So you can take a safe guess, assuming the statement to be true. The third statement is also correct. Again, if you know about India-Japan relations, you can make a safe assumption that India is the largest recipient of Japan's ODA assistance since 2003. Because Japan has given a lot of funding to Indian projects. All the large infrastructure projects in India, be it the Delhi Metro, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, the bullet train project which is underway, the dedicated freight corridor projects, all these mega infrastructure projects of India have been funded by Japan's ODA program. So again, it is safe to assume that India would be the largest recipient of this assistance. So statement 3 would also be right. Statement 4 would also become correct if you understand India-Bangladesh relations and India's trade with its South Asian neighbors. The statement is saying Bangladesh is India's largest trading partner in South Asia. It's obviously correct. Just think about India's trade with Sri Lanka, Nepal, Pakistan, Bhutan, which are the other South Asian countries. So compared to them, obviously our trade relations with Bangladesh would be much more as compared to our ties with other South Asian countries. With Pakistan, we barely have a trading relationship. It has been suspended in the last few years. Sri Lanka is going through an economic crisis. Nepal, Bhutan are dependent on the Indian economy. So we can't have the largest trading relationship with these neighbors. It has to be Bangladesh because both the countries, they export and import a lot of commodities between each other. Right? If you understand the foundation of India-Bangladesh relations, if you've studied India-Bangla trade relations, you can easily say that statement 4 is also right. See, recently, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina paid a visit to India. Even then, the India-Bangladesh trade relationship was the highlight. the two countries have started negotiating a free trade agreement. So in this context, it was repeatedly mentioned in newspapers that Bangladesh is India's largest trading partner in South Asia region. So 2, 3, 4 are correct. Option C is the correct answer. Next question related to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. A very, very important topic. The UN clause or the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is frequently in news because of maritime disputes in the South China Sea. China especially has picked multiple maritime disputes with Southeast Asian countries. China is in dispute with Vietnam, Philippines, with Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, and in East China Sea it's in dispute with Japan as well. So UN clause is frequently in news and you should be familiar with the key provisions of this important UN convention. You might know that UN clause provides for management of marine resources. It also helps in drawing the maritime boundaries. Maritime boundaries such as territorial waters, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, they're all drawn based on the provisions of UN clause. The first statement says the sovereignty of a coastal state extends to the airspace over the territorial sea and as well as to its seabed and subsoil. This is a correct statement. See, the UN clause provisions which define the territorial waters of a country which extends to 12 nautical miles from the baseline of that coastal state. This boundary not only applies for the waters, the territorial waters, but it applies for the airspace above it as well. It applies for the seabed and the subsoil as well under the water. So in this entire region, the coastal state will have complete sovereignty and complete jurisdiction. All the laws will be applicable in the territorial waters and the airspace above it and in the seabed and the subsoil below it. This is a key provision of UN clause, a very, very important provision. So statement 1 is right. Second statement says it does not have a provision for management of warships in territorial waters. This is an incorrect provision. Why? Because UN clause does contain specific provisions for managing the movement of warships of other countries in territorial waters of a coastal state. UN clause allows the movement of a warship provided if it can prove innocent passage. If a warship of a country, if it wants to pass through territorial waters of another country, then it has to prove innocent passage, meaning it is not engaging in espionage. It's not carrying arms and weapons on board or posing a threat to the security of the state. So if it proves innocent passage, the coastal state might give permission for the warship of another country to pass through its territorial waters. So there are specific provisions related to management of warships in territorial waters. So statement 2 is wrong. Statement 3 says territorial sea extends beyond 24 nautical miles. This is obviously incorrect. I just told you territorial waters extends to 12 nautical miles from the baseline, not 24. It is contiguous zone which extends to 24 nautical miles, whereas territorial waters is limited to 12 nautical miles from the baseline of the coastal state. Exclusive economic zone, on the other hand, extends to 200 nautical miles generally from the baseline of the coastal state. All right. So if you're aware of these maritime boundaries defined by UN clause, you can easily say statement 3 is also wrong. The question is asking you to identify the incorrect statements. Please be careful. So 2 and 3 are incorrect. Option B would be the right answer. Next question, it's a match the following type question. It's a preferred format for UPSC. UPSC does ask such questions, especially based on places that are in news in international relations. Look at the latest prelims paper of 2022. We had 14 questions from IR. Many of them were map-based questions. And there were match the following type questions as well. So here we have regions that are usually reported in news on the left, and they are matched with countries on the right. You need to see whether they are correctly matched. All these places mentioned here, they were in news in the last few months. First, we have Kutupalong Balukali refugee camp. It's a very important refugee camp, but it's not located in Myanmar. It's wrongly matched. It's incorrectly matched. This refugee camp is in Bangladesh. It's located in the Cox's Bazar region of Bangladesh. It houses the Rohingya refugees who have moved from Myanmar, where they have faced a lot of violence. I'm sure you would know that ethnic Rohingya Muslims from the Rakhine state of Myanmar have been targeted by Myanmar's army and also by radical Buddhists in the country. There has been genocidal violence against them, triggering a massive refugee crisis. And Rohingyas have moved from Myanmar and sought shelter in Bangladesh. They have been primarily sheltered in the Chittagong and Cox's Bazar region of Bangladesh. And in Cox's Bazar, you have this refugee camp. All right. Next, the Odessa port, a very important strategic port located in Ukraine, which faces the Black Sea. Because of the Russia-Ukraine war, the Odessa port has been in news. The Odessa port has been kept operational through the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which was worked out by the United Nations and Turkey, along with Russia and Ukraine. Because Russia, Ukraine are key suppliers of food grains like wheat, corn, barley, sunflower oil, etc. Since the war was disrupting the supply of essential food items and it was leading to food shortages, especially in poor countries, the UN took up this initiative along with Turkey and they established the Black Sea Grain Initiative, through which Russia allowed Ukrainian ports like Odessa port to be used for grain shipments to continue on humanitarian grounds. Recently, Russia has quit this agreement. So that is one reason why the Odessa port has been in news. It is correctly matched. It is in Ukraine. Next, Butembo matched with DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. This is also a correct match. DRC is an African nation located in Central and Western Africa. This country is going through a civil war for many years. So here, there is a UN peacekeeping force deployed to maintain peace in DRC. And just a few weeks back, Indian soldiers belonging to BSF were killed by the rebels at a place known as Butembo. This was a very big issue. India brought this up at the UN as well. India is one of the largest troop contributing countries to UN peacekeeping forces. And India is not a permanent member of UNSC, so we can't decide on their deployment, their safety. So India brought up this issue that we are sacrificing our soldiers in peacekeeping missions. And even though we are the largest troop contributing country, we still don't get a say in deciding upon the deployment and safety of UN peacekeeping forces. So in this context, the incident which happened recently, where 2 BSF Jawans were killed in Democratic Republic of Congo, is an important development. This incident happened in Butembo, so it's correctly matched. The last one is Nusantara matched with Indonesia. This is also a correct match because Indonesia is looking to shift its capital from Jakarta to Nusantara. Jakarta is overpopulated. It is facing the risk of rising sea levels as well. So in the long term, Jakarta is not a sustainable capital for Indonesia. So recently it announced a major decision to shift to a new capital called Nusantara, which is located over the Borneo Islands. This was also a very big development. So 2, 3, 4 are correctly matched. Option A is the right answer. Now this question will actually help you understand what kind of map-based questions will be asked by UPSC. So that is why when it comes to international relations, it's very, very important to be familiar with maps. Whenever you come across a new place or a new geographical feature, immediately identify them on a map. Use an atlas, use Google Maps. Get familiar with important geographical features of the world. Important places and cities, seas and oceans, rivers and lakes, mountain ranges, strategic straits and choke points. All these locations, especially where conflicts are taking place, where disasters have happened. So such locations are very, very important for your prelims. Next question. In the context of Asian Palm Oil Alliance, recently seen in news, consider the following. It's an initiative of Apex Edible Oil Industry Associations of countries including India and China. The alliance works towards reducing member countries' dependency on import of palm oil. Indonesia, Malaysia are the world's biggest exporters of palm oil. Asia accounts for more than 50% of global palm oil consumption. See, of late, palm oil production and exports has become a geopolitical issue because palm oil is critical. It's widely used in the food processing industry. It finds lots of other industrial applications as well. But very few countries produce palm oil and export it on a large scale. Indonesia and Malaysia are the world's largest exporters of palm oil. Statement 3 is absolutely correct. There are few countries in South America as well, like Argentina and others, which produce palm oil, but Indonesia, Malaysia are the top exporters. South Asian countries like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, they depend heavily on palm oil procured from Indonesia and Malaysia. The problem is, Indonesia, Malaysia are using their advantageous position to sell palm oil at a higher price to South Asian countries. So to counter this, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Nepal formed this alliance, the Asian Palm Oil Alliance, and recently they held a summit at Agra. So clearly, first statement is wrong. It's not an initiative led by India and China. It's an initiative including India and other South Asian countries. The alliance is not working towards reducing the dependency on import of palm oil. That's not the purpose, right? Since there are very few palm oil producing nations, you can't reduce your dependency. Instead, the purpose of this alliance is to increase the bargaining power of the importing nations, so that as a collective group, they can gain a leverage over the top exporters who are misusing their leading position in the market. The idea of this alliance is to strengthen the bargaining power of the importing nations so that they can protect their economic interests. So statement 2 is also wrong. Statement 4 is also incorrect because Asia accounts for 40% of palm oil consumption, not 50%. The last statement is very factual, it's statistical. There are chances that there could be few questions asked by UPSC which can be factual on these lines, which relies more on the exact data. So now we can say only statement 3 is correct. You have to select how many statements are correct. So option A is the right answer. Only one statement given is correct. Moving on, we have a list of groups given here which are frequently in news. You need to check India is a member of which of these groups. East Asia Summit, a very important grouping of East Asia and the Pacific region. 18 countries are part of East Asia Summit. It includes the 10 ASEAN countries, the 10 Southeast Asian nations, and the dialogue partners of ASEAN, that is India, China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Russia, and US. These are the 8 dialogue partners of ASEAN. So these 18 countries have formed East Asia Summit. It's a very important grouping. Even now, on the 10th of November, East Asia Summit is taking place along with the ASEAN Summit. It plays a key role with regard to the economic, security and cultural relations of East Asia and Pacific. The group focuses on many important initiatives of East Asia. So India is definitely a member of this group, and you have to be familiar with the membership of this grouping as well. Next is I2U2. It's an initiative involving India, Israel, US and UAE. A recent initiative of these 4 countries focused on the West Asia region. It's even being referred to as the West Asian Quad. So obviously India is a member of I2U2. Coffee Club is an informal group at the UN which is opposing UN reforms. It is opposing the stand of G4 countries, that is India, Brazil, Germany and Japan, which are pushing for a permanent seat at UN Security Council. At UNSC, India, Brazil, Germany and Japan have formed a group called G4, through which they are seeking a permanent seat at the Security Council. To counter the G4, the regional rivals of these countries, they have formed a parallel group called the Coffee Club. For example, India's regional rival Pakistan, Brazil's regional rival Argentina, Japan's regional rival South Korea, Germany's regional rival Italy and Spain. All these countries and few more, which are opposing the entry of G4 countries into Security Council, they have formed the Coffee Club. So obviously India is not part of it. Next, the partners in the Blue Pacific. It's a new initiative which was started by US, UK, Australia, New Zealand and Japan. It's a very important development. These 5 democracies, which are all having similar interests, they have come together to align in the Pacific region to focus on economic and strategic relations. Their focus is to counter rising domination of China in the Pacific. So India is not part of it. So 4 is also incorrect. So the right answer would be option A, 1 and 2 only. Next question. Consider the following statements with reference to the SCO recently seen in news. We have one more question on SCO because it's a very important organization, and also recently the SCO summit was held at Samarkand in Uzbekistan. Prime Minister Modi took part in the summit. A lot of developments took place, important developments took place. So that's the reason why SCO is a very, very important grouping. So let's look at the statements and what the question is asking for. You have to identify the correct statements. Statement 1 says, recently Iran and Afghanistan have been added as permanent members of the organization. The statement is clearly incorrect because I told you earlier, Iran has been added as the 9th member. Iran is completing the formal process of joining the SCO, whereas Afghanistan is still an observer. Afghanistan has not been admitted to SCO. So statement 1 is wrong. Second statement says, Executive Committee of RATS, Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure, is headquartered in Beijing. This is also incorrect. See, RATS is a platform available within the SCO to counter terrorism. It's a very important platform for countering terrorism, especially in Central Asia and in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region. This platform of SCO is headquartered at Tashkent, not in Beijing, whereas SCO itself is headquartered in Beijing. All right? So statement 2 is wrong. Third statement says Tirupati was declared as the first ever SCO tourism and cultural capital at the Samarkand summit. This is also a wrong statement. It was not Tirupati, it was Varanasi. India has nominated Varanasi as the first ever SCO tourism cultural capital to promote cultural ties and tourism from these countries. Because India shares historical civilizational links with Central Asia and the other members of SCO. Right? Buddhism traveled from India to Central Asia and China. We also have deep religious links offered through Islam and Hinduism between India and the other members of SCO. So to build on these cultural relations and to boost tourism, India has nominated Varanasi as the first ever tourism cultural capital of the SCO group. So third statement is wrong, it's not Tirupati. However, fourth statement is absolutely correct because India is currently holding the presidency of the group and it will be hosting the next summit in 2023. Option D is the right answer, 4 only. See, as of now, India is holding the presidency of 2 important groupings. One is SCO, the other is G20. So next year, India will be hosting the summits of both SCO and G20. It's a great opportunity for India to show global leadership. So read everything about SCO and G20. You can expect prelims questions on both these organizations. Next question, consider the following statements. India does not have formal diplomatic ties with Taiwan yet, as it follows the One China policy. India has an office in Taipei for diplomatic functions. Taiwan and Hong Kong are part of China's one country, two systems. Which of the statements are correct? See, the first statement is absolutely correct because India does not have relations with Taiwan. We do not have formal diplomatic ties because we have accepted the One China policy and we follow the One China principle, which basically means that we recognize China's sovereignty over Taiwan. We recognize that there is only one Chinese state, the PRC, the People's Republic of China. This is the policy accepted by most countries in the world. They've all accepted China's One China policy and they follow the One China principle through which they do not recognize Taiwan as a separate country. India has also accepted this, so we do not have formal diplomatic ties with Taiwan. All right? The issue is very, very important because China and Taiwan have been locked in a dispute from a very long time, which dates back to the Chinese Revolution, right? Goes back to the days of Mao Zedong, who led the Communist Party to victory and formed China as a communist authoritarian state. The then Republic of China, which ruled over mainland China, was pushed into this small island called Taiwan. Since then, China has claimed sovereignty over Taiwan, but Taiwan is ruled by a separate democratic system. Recently, the issue was blown up because US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi paid a controversial visit to Taiwan. Even though China objected to it, US has been trying to escalate the issue by building closer ties with Taiwan, even providing military support to Taiwan. So this increased tensions between China and Taiwan and China and US. That is why Taiwan has acquired a lot of importance. All right. So first statement is correct. India has an office in Taipei for diplomatic functions. Yes. Even though we do not have formal diplomatic ties, we do have economic and cultural relations with Taiwan. So India has set up an economic cultural office at Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. Taiwan also has an economic and cultural office in New Delhi. All right. Even though we don't have formal diplomatic ties, we do have economic and cultural relations, and there is a office set up by both the countries for that. However, third statement is wrong. Third statement says Taiwan and Hong Kong are part of China's one country, two systems. See, China's one country, two systems applies only for Hong Kong and Macau. Hong Kong and Macau were British colonies until recently, until 1990s. So when the British left, when they left Hong Kong and Macau, they signed an agreement with China that China would respect the democracy in Hong Kong and Macau. So even though China is an authoritarian communist state, in Hong Kong and Macau there is democracy in place. Recently the topic is in news because China has been trying to crush the democracy through its authoritarian policies, through a very controversial national security law, and there have been pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong. So the one country, two system concept applies for Hong Kong, not for Taiwan. Taiwan rejects China's sovereignty. China officially has no sovereignty over Taiwan as such, but China claims that sovereignty. So Taiwan has a democratic setup, but it is not under China's sovereignty as of now. Right? So it does not apply for Taiwan specifically, it applies for Hong Kong and Macau. So third statement is wrong. Option A is your correct answer. 1 and 2 only. So this ends the questions on international relations. These were the questions we had from IR. As you saw, all the questions were driven by current developments, but to answer them, you need a solid foundation in the static part as well. You should have a thorough understanding of India's foreign policy and the recent developments that are happening in geopolitics. Now we'll move to a related section, that is places in news. We had 3 questions in the mock test. The first question, consider the following statements with reference to Transnistria that was recently in news. This place called Transnistria was in news over the last few months. It is located in the east of Ukraine. It is not a member of NATO. It is not a member of EU. Now to answer this question, first you should understand where is Transnistria or which region does it refer to. See, Transnistria is in Moldova, that is located to the west of Ukraine. So here, in parts of Moldova, there is a strong Russian population, and Russia claims this region as well. It's trying to push the Russian population to seek independence in Moldova. Russia has even set up a military base here, and it supports the local Russians who speak the Russian language, who are connected with Russia, to seek independence from Moldova to form a new country called Transnistria. So Russia is backing a separatist movement of sorts in Moldova to form a new country called Transnistria. But no country officially recognizes Transnistria. No, neither the UN nor any other organization nor any other country recognize Transnistria as an independent country. They all see it as a part of Moldova. But the local Russian population are pushing towards independence, and they call this region as Transnistria, and they want this to be an independent country or merge this with Russia in the future. So the first statement is wrong because it's not located to the east of Ukraine. It is located to the west of Ukraine. Moldova is to the west of Ukraine. And since it has not been recognized by any country, of course it is not a member of NATO. So this is a correct statement, and it is not a member of the European Union as well. So 2 and 3 are correct. Option C would be the right answer. So Transnistria was in news because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Next question, consider the following statements with reference to the Zero Valley that was recently in news. Zero Valley has been reported in news in the last few months. It is located in Arunachal Pradesh, quite close to the border with China. The first statement says it has been designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2021. This is a wrong statement. See, Zero Valley is known for its natural heritage. It is also known for its cultural heritage. There are a number of important tribes. There is a very rich culture associated with Zero Valley. The region itself is a very picturesque, beautiful region, and it's located in the lower Subansiri region. Okay? So India has nominated Zero Valley to be placed on the UNESCO World Heritage Site list. We have made the recommendation, it is on the tentative list. UNESCO is still considering the proposal. It has been placed on the tentative list of the World Heritage Site, the program which is run by UNESCO. So it is not a UNESCO site already. It's not designated already, so statement 1 is wrong. Kiwis that grow here in Zero Valley are India's first certified organic fruit. This is a correct statement. Recently, the kiwi fruit, which is an exotic fruit from New Zealand, was successfully cultivated in Zero Valley, that too organically, and it has been certified as India's first certified organic fruit. It was recently in news. So statement 2 is correct. Since the question is asking you to identify the incorrect statement, the correct answer would be option A, 1 only. Is that clear? Statement 2 is right, but the question is asking you to identify the incorrect statement. So option A would become the correct answer. Now the last question from Places in News. The last question, which one of the following statements is incorrect with reference to the Galapagos Islands recently seen in news? Galapagos Islands has a lot of scientific, historical value attached to it. It has been in news as well. I'm sure many of you would have heard about Charles Darwin, his expedition to Galapagos. This is where Charles Darwin conducted his research, and this formed the basis of his theory of evolution. Is that clear? So Galapagos has a lot of natural heritage, biodiversity are attached with it. So these islands, they are part of Ecuador, which is a South American country. Ecuador is a South American nation. Towards the west coast of Ecuador, in the Pacific, in the southern Pacific, you have this group of islands called the Galapagos that belongs to Ecuador. The question says, Galapagos Islands are influenced by the equatorial ocean current. If you have studied about oceanic currents, you would be familiar with this, and you would know that there is a cold equatorial current that passes near Galapagos. In the South Pacific, here near the Peruvian coast and the Ecuadorian coast, you have a cold equatorial oceanic current. So statement 1 is correct. Option A is correct. It is designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site? Yes. Because of its biodiversity, its natural heritage, and because of Charles Darwin's research that led to theory of evolution. Due to these factors, Galapagos is a recognized UNESCO World Heritage Site. Statement C says the group of islands has no recognized active volcano, and this is the incorrect statement. This is the answer to the question. The question is asking you to identify the incorrect statement. Galapagos was recently in news because of a volcanic eruption that happened a few weeks back. Galapagos is situated on the Ring of Fire, the Pacific Ring of Fire. It's a very active volcanic and seismic zone. It has many active volcanoes, and one of them recently erupted. So option C is the correct answer. The last statement is correct. The island group is influenced by El Nino. It is influenced by La Nina as well. El Nino and La Nina, these climatic weather patterns that happen in the equatorial Pacific, they affect the Peruvian coast, Ecuadorian coast, and of course it influences Galapagos as well. Earlier in questions related to geography, you have studied what is La Nina and El Nina, right? So the phenomena that is El Nino, La Nina does influence Galapagos as well. So option C would be the right answer for this. So now we come to the last part of today's discussion, that is science and technology. A very important part of your prelims paper. We do get a lot of questions from science and tech. From science and tech, the questions can be conceptual from the static part, and the questions are also heavily inspired by current affairs from recent developments. So let's take up these questions one by one so that we not only solve the questions that were there in the mock test, but it will also give you a fair idea as to which topics you have to focus on when you're preparing for next year's prelims. The first question says, consider the following: Aadhaar, eSign, UPI, DigiLocker. How many of the above APIs are included in India Stack? To answer this question, you should know what is an API, or Applications Programming Interface. API is basically a software interface which is built or developed by one entity or by one organization, and this becomes the base on which many other applications and products can be built upon. For example, it's like a pizza base. Using a pizza base, you can make any type of pizza you want. You can change the toppings, make it a different pizza altogether. APIs are something like that. An API is a software interface. It has a certain data, certain user application which is built into it. Usually it is provided as a open network resource or open source resource. This could be used by other institutions, other companies, startups, etc. And they can build upon this and create new apps and new products. The best example here would be Google Maps. Google Maps in itself is an API created by Google, right? Google has invested in creating the detailed maps. Now this is used by various other technology-based firms to provide different kinds of economic services. All your cab hailing apps like Uber, Ola, etc. Right? You all see an inbuilt map feature. Your e-commerce applications, be it Amazon, Flipkart, food delivery apps like Swiggy, Zomato, they all use inbuilt maps. They have not created the map application on their own, right? If they try to do that, they'll spend a lot of money, a lot of effort is needed to create such a tool from the scratch. So instead, they've all integrated their apps into the Google Map API. So this is essentially the concept of an API. So the Indian government also has built one such API called India Stack. It contains or it integrates various databases, including the database of UIDAI, the Unique Identification Authority of India. The UPI interface has been blended into it. The digital signature interface maintained by the Ministry of Information Technology. DigiLocker, where we can store our digital records. All your digital documents can be stored in DigiLocker, right? So on India Stack, which is an API developed by the Indian government, all these different applications and services are being offered. Now upon this, banks and various companies can build their own products and services based on these platforms and provide various services, provide financial, economic services, provide education related services or banking related services. So this serves a economic purpose. So India Stack acts as a base for all these platforms that have been mentioned. In fact, UPI in itself is a API. UPI, the Unified Payment Interface, developed by National Payments Corporation of India, it's an API. It's a software interface on which various private players have built their own payment apps and digital wallets, like Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay, right? They're all built on UPI's API, which is built by the National Payments Corporation of India. So all the four are correct. All the four mentioned here, they are part of India Stack API, on which various companies, various other organizations, institutions are building different applications and providing different services. So the right answer is option D, all four APIs. Moving to the next question, with reference to immersive technologies, consider the following. Immersive technologies, they are part of emerging technologies, which is going to drive the fourth stage of the industrial revolution. It includes augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, etc. The question says, in augmented reality, virtual information and objects are overlaid on the real world. This is an absolutely correct statement, because in augmented reality, virtual information is brought into the physical world. It is overlaid onto the real world. For example, holographic projections. A person speaking in a different city, his holographic image can be projected in a different city, which is an example of augmented reality. The filters that you all use on Instagram, Snapchat, right, on all these apps, the various filters that you make use of, the emojis, it's bringing a virtual world and blending it with the real world. It's enhancing your experience with the real world through the virtual enhancements. So that is augmented reality. VR or virtual reality involves the user being fully immersed in a simulated digital environment. This is absolutely correct. In virtual reality, you immerse yourself into the digital world, into the virtual world, to have an enhanced experience. For example, you have VR goggles, headsets that have been developed by Meta, by Google, and and by various other companies. So you have games that can be played in the virtual world where you feel as if you're inside the game. You have many experiences, you have many shows and experiences in which you can virtually experience a simulated environment. You feel as if you're there, you're part of that virtual world. So this immersive, fully immersive experience, visually, and it's an immersive experience for all your senses, essentially. So that is virtual reality. Metaverse is a combination of all this, including AI, artificial intelligence. Metaverse is a futuristic concept of the virtual world where augmented reality will merge with virtual reality, AI, and other products to create a mesmerizing experience. Metaverse is seen as the future of the digital world. So it blends all these technologies, these immersive technologies together. So all the three statements given are correct. Option D is the right answer. Next question related to information technology. Again, the previous question was also from information technology and this is also from IT. Consider the following statements with reference to serverless computing. It is cloud application development and execution model which do not use any servers. The cloud provider provisions the infrastructure needed to run an application code. Which of these statements are correct? To answer this question, you should just know the basics of cloud computing, or what do you mean by cloud services? See, in cloud services or in cloud computing, you have few cloud computing service providers. You guys might have heard about Amazon's AWS or Microsoft Azure or Akamai. These are world leading platforms. These are global platforms. They have capitalized the entire market. They set up the servers, the data centers needed, which are offered on rent or offered as a service to other firms, other companies. Is that clear? So another company, a service providing company, need not build their own IT infrastructure. They need not build their own servers, data centers, etc. That is very expensive, time consuming. Instead, they can make use of these cloud service providers. So Amazon Web Service, Microsoft Azure, Akamai, IBM, Oracle, they build the cloud infrastructure. They own the servers, they own the data centers, they provide the physical infrastructure needed. Other companies will use the cloud infrastructure for a service fee, and from their perspective, from the perspective of the developer of that company, it appears as though it is a serverless model. Now, just for example, let's say Byjus is using one of the cloud computing services. From our end, it appears as though it's a serverless model because we won't be working directly with these servers. We are not maintaining the servers, operating them, maintaining the data centers. It's being done by the cloud service provider. We are paying a fee for them. The cloud service providers are offering the services. They are responsible for maintaining the infrastructure, not the client. The client develops their apps. They use the infrastructure of the cloud service providers to deliver their services. So from the end of the client, from the developer's point of view, it appears as though it is serverless computing. But there is a server. It's not that it's entirely serverless, right? You can't have such an IT service. It's not possible. Servers are there. It's just that from the point of view of the company or the developer, the servers are not visible. You don't interact with them. You don't have to work with them. The cloud service providers like AWS, Microsoft, they are maintaining that for you. They are maintaining that physical infrastructure. That is why statement 1 is wrong and statement 2 is correct. Serverless computing does not mean that there are no servers. Servers will be there. It's just that from the developer's point of view, you don't see the servers, you don't interact with them. You are not responsible for maintaining the infrastructure. The cloud service provider is doing it. They are maintaining the infrastructure that is needed. So the correct answer here is option B. 2 only is the right answer. Moving on, we have a question from biotechnology. Which of the following are the possible applications of transgenic animals? Transgenic technology in genetic engineering basically refers to the usage of recombinant DNA technology through which DNA can be altered, through which genetics can be altered. So by using recombinant DNA technology, it is possible to create transgenic animals. You can introduce desired features. You can introduce engineered genes or desirable genes into an animal and ensure that it acquires the desired features. So through transgenic technology, that is through transgenic animals, which of these applications are possible? Can you study diseases, produce biological products, test the safety of vaccines and drugs, test chemicals for their safety, study normal physiology and development, xenotransplantation for humans, increasing the meat production in animal husbandry? All these applications are possible with transgenic animals. Option D is the correct answer. Through recombinant DNA technology, you can introduce desired features into animals. You can use them to study diseases, the development and spread of different diseases, including cancer, infectious diseases, etc. You can produce better biological products like milk, meat, eggs, etc. You can enhance the quality of the biological products. You can test vaccines, drugs, chemicals, etc. for their safety. You can conduct trials, animal trials. You can study the physiology and development of different organs. Use it for scientific studies. You can even transplant animal organs to humans. It's in this context the question has been asked. Recently, there was a breaking development that a transgenic pig had its heart transplanted. A xenotransplantation was done where the pig's heart was transplanted into a human being. It was a successful surgery and it was a breaking development in the scientific world. So this is also possible, xenotransplantation of animal organs into humans, right? So that is why option D is the correct answer. All the applications are possible. Next question, with regard to space technology, which one of the following statements is correct with reference to liquid mirror telescopes? This question has been picked because there was a recent development where India became the first country to set up a liquid mirror telescope at Uttarakhand. At a place known as Devasthal in Uttarakhand, India established the world's first liquid mirror telescope. A liquid mirror telescope is quite unique. Instead of using optical lens, which is made out of glass, liquid has been used to act like a mirror. A reflective liquid like mercury, for example, a high density reflective liquid like mercury, which almost has mirror-like properties, can be used in such a way to create an optical lens. Generally, the lenses used in optical telescopes are made out of glass. But such telescopes, they are expensive. It's time consuming. More effort is needed to make precision lenses to build these traditional optical telescopes. So to speed up the process, to reduce the investments and to serve the purpose, India has built a liquid mirror telescope which uses mercury. Mercury can be aligned in such a way by using the principles of gravity and centrifugal force, so that the liquid, the reflective liquid, will align itself in such a way that it becomes a lens. It becomes as good as an optical lens and can be used for making space observations. So here, the question is asking you to identify the correct statement. First statement is saying, these telescopes are highly flexible and can be steered in multiple directions with ease. This is a wrong statement. You cannot easily move around a liquid telescope. Glass telescopes, the optical telescopes, they are flexible. They can be easily moved around. You can steer them. All right? But liquid mirror telescopes, which are set in a certain direction, cannot be moved around. If you try to do that, it changes the properties of the liquid, the alignment of the liquid, thereby degrading the images, the quality of the images which will be captured. So statement 1 is wrong. Second statement is also wrong because building liquid mirror telescopes is not costlier. It's actually a cheaper method. Compared to building a conventional optical telescope, liquid mirror telescopes are cheaper, takes lesser time. However, option C is correct. Liquid mirror telescope will make use of the principle of gravity and centrifugal force to align the reflective liquid in such a way that it functions like a lens. The principles being employed here are gravity and centrifugal force. So C is the correct answer. D is also wrong because mercury is used. Mercury is the primary ingredient here in developing a liquid mirror telescope. It's a high density fluid. So this is absolutely wrong. It says mercury cannot be used, but it's incorrect because mercury is the liquid which is being used to build these liquid mirror telescopes. Next question, again from biotech. Consider the following statements with reference to dostarlimab, which was recently seen in news. Dostarlimab made a lot of news in the field of immunotherapy. there was a huge breakthrough in this field, and through dostarlimab, you can train your immune system to target the cancer cells in the body. Recently, there has been a massive scientific breakthrough in the field of immunotherapy. There have been two major breakthroughs. One of them is the development of dostarlimab, which is a monoclonal antibody. It trains your immune system to better identify the antigen receptors on the foreign body, that is the cancer cells, and you can use the antibodies to provide for a stronger immune response by increasing the T cell production or the T lymphocytes produced by the WBCs, which mount an attack against foreign cells like cancer cells. Monoclonal basically means it's produced in a lab. It's a protein, it's an antibody produced in a lab. So dostarlimab is a monoclonal antibody. First statement is correct. It's a synthetic protein antibody produced in the lab, which trains your immune system to identify the antigen receptors on the foreign bodies which need to be targeted. You can specifically train them to look at cancer cells, tumorous cells. It does not suppress the T cell activity. T cells are the ones which mount a fight against the foreign agents. So T cell production has to be increased to allow your immune system to fight against cancerous growth. So monoclonal antibodies, they do not suppress T cell activity, they actually increase T cell production. That is why second statement is wrong. It is an immunotherapy drug found to have potential to cure rectal cancer. Third statement is correct. 1 and 3 are the correct statements. Option D is the right answer. So you need to look out for such groundbreaking developments in various fields of science and technology, be it space, information technology, cybersecurity, outer space, robotics, genetic engineering, biotech, in all such emerging fields, even nanotechnology. You have to look out for breaking developments, groundbreaking developments. That is what UPSC will usually focus upon. Next question from the field of clean energy. Consider the following statements with reference to hydrogen fuel cells. They are more cost effective than lithium-ion batteries. Wrong statement. Hydrogen fuel cells are more expensive than lithium-ion batteries. Even though lithium is a rare critical mineral available only in few countries, lithium is also expensive, but hydrogen fuel cells as of now are more expensive than lithium-ion batteries. Is that clear? These are the future sources of power which are going to power most of our vehicles. Either lithium-ion batteries, that is our electric vehicles, or hydrogen-based hybrid vehicles powered by hydrogen fuel cells. In a hydrogen fuel cell, hydrogen is used as the anode and oxygen is used as the cathode. The resulting electrolytic reaction produces water as a byproduct, generates heat, which drives the vehicle, which powers the vehicle. Water is the byproduct here in a hydrogen fuel cell. This is absolutely correct. That is why hydrogen fuel cells are clean, does not provide for any harmful pollutants and emissions. All right. The third statement, however, is wrong. Third statement is saying refueling hydrogen fuel cell is more time consuming compared to battery powered electric vehicles. This is wrong. It takes more time to charge your electric vehicles. It takes many hours to charge the batteries of your electric bikes and electric cars. Whereas hydrogen fuel, which is a liquid fuel, can be filled very quickly, within seconds, within minutes, just like you fill petrol and diesel. All right. Whereas charging an electric vehicle will take many hours. So statement 3 is also wrong. So our answer is option A, 2 only. Water is the byproduct. That is the only correct statement here. Moving on, a very factual question, simple, straightforward question. Which one of the following best explains click chemistry seen recently in news? Click chemistry was in news because of the Nobel Prize for chemistry that was awarded this year. Nobel Prize for Chemistry for 2022 has been awarded to 3 chemists for their pioneering research in creating new molecules, chemical molecules, in a more efficient manner. This new field of chemistry is referred to as click chemistry. Here you need not go into the details. The technical details of this is not needed, not required. Just be familiar with what is click chemistry, right? It's a new process developed by these Nobel laureates through which more efficient and cost-effective chemical compounds, chemical molecules can be created for research and also for industrial applications. All right, it's a groundbreaking research, and that is why after many, many decades it has been recognized and they've been credited with the Nobel Prize for Chemistry. So option B is the correct answer here. Next question related to quantum computing, another emerging field of technology. Consider the following statements regarding quantum key distribution. It uses binary codes for encryption of data. Wrong statement. Why? Binary codes, that is 0 and 1, they are used in your traditional computing. Our traditional computing systems that we have, so there a bit can occupy either 0 or 1. That's the only state it can occupy. At any given point of time, a traditional computer bit is either 0 or 1. But things work very differently in the quantum world. In the quantum world, at the scale of the atom, a qubit, as it is called, can occupy multiple states simultaneously. If you guys have heard about Schrodinger's experiment, the Schrodinger's cat, Schrodinger gave a very good analogy to easily understand quantum mechanics. He said, if you take a box, place a cat inside the box, there is a vial of poison inside the box as well, and this vial of poison is going to break at some point of time. So for an outside observer, you don't know whether the cat is dead or alive at a given point of time, because you can't see through the box. You don't know whether the poison vial has broken or not. The only way you can know whether the cat is dead or alive is to open the box. So unless and until you open the box, until then, from the observer's point of view, the cat is both dead and alive at the same time. This analogy applies here in the quantum world, where a bit can have multiple states simultaneously. A qubit can be 00 or 01 or 10 or 11 simultaneously. So this increases the computational abilities of quantum computers. That is why quantum computing is an emerging field of technology. It will speed up computing. Right now, supercomputers are struggling to carry out complex calculations. Traditional computing has hit a saturation. So to increase the processing capacity, the data which is being handled, the complex equations which can be solved, quantum computing is the way forward, and quantum communication is also the focus, because it has a strategic application, it has a military application, because quantum communication is very, very secure. In traditional communication, you have to encrypt the communication. But in quantum communication, if an attempt is made to intercept any conversation by a third party, you can immediately detect the interception attempt, because the bit state will change in the quantum state. So statement 2 is actually correct. You can detect if a third party has tried to eavesdrop on a communication link, on a quantum communication link. All right? Third statement is wrong. ISRO has achieved free space quantum satellite communication. It's a wrong statement. ISRO is yet to develop quantum satellite communication. However, the question was asked for a reason. Recently, ISRO has developed a pilot project where it successfully tested a quantum communication link. Not in space, but a pilot project was tested here on Earth to set up a quantum communication link. That is why the topic has been picked. So the right answer here is option B, 2 only. Next question, with regard to health, human health. Consider the following statements with regard to insulin, which is used to treat diabetes or naturally produced in our body by our pancreas to keep our blood glucose levels under control, right? Now, before we look at the statements, let me tell you a few basic points about diabetes. There are 2 types of diabetes that are reported. We have type 1 and type 2. Type 1 diabetes are considered to be genetic, hereditary, reported usually at a very young age. It's even called as juvenile diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is more of a lifestyle disease caused by poor diet, lack of exercise, etc. In case of type 2 diabetes, your insulin levels are not sufficient to keep the blood glucose levels under check. That is, your insulin sensitivity has gone down. Your body is not providing sufficient insulin to keep the blood glucose levels under control. The insulin sensitivity level of the body has gone down. But in case of type 1 diabetes, sufficient insulin is not being produced, or it's not being produced at all because of the genetic defect. So many people who suffer from type 1 diabetes, they report this at a very young age quite often, and hence it's called juvenile diabetes as well. Now look at the statements. Both animal and human insulin is used as medication for treatment of diabetes. This is absolutely correct. Insulin drawn from pigs and other animals are also used as medication for treating diabetes. Higher the insulin sensitivity, higher the blood glucose level. This is a wrong statement. If a doctor says that you have higher insulin sensitivity, it means that your body is producing sufficient insulin and it is successfully keeping your blood glucose levels under check. It's the opposite. So that is why statement 2 is wrong. If you have higher insulin sensitivity, it means that your blood glucose levels are under check, because the insulin produced by your body is sufficient to keep the blood glucose levels under check. So that is the level of sensitivity. So statement 2 is wrong here. Third statement says insulin resistance results in juvenile diabetes. Wrong statement. It's not insulin resistance which causes juvenile diabetes. It is mainly a genetic defect, a hereditary factor which leads to juvenile diabetes or type 1 diabetes. Which of the statements given are incorrect? 2 and 3. Option D is your right answer. Moving on to a question from space. Consider the following statements related to SSLV, the small satellite launch vehicle seen recently in news. You would have read that ISRO has recently developed and tested a launch vehicle called SSLV. Its propellant systems are an exact replica of PSLV. It's a wrong statement. SSLV is not an exact replica of PSLV. PSLV mainly used liquid propellants, whereas SSLV mainly uses solid propellants. Even though it's a 3-stage launch vehicle like PSLV, the propellants are the main difference, so it's not an exact replica. It's a wrong statement. Due to its small size, it can launch only one satellite at a time. Wrong again. SSLV has been developed to speed up India's commercial launches of small satellites. By using SSLV, ISRO can conduct multiple missions quickly because it reduces the turnaround time. It's based on a module concept where ISRO has outsourced the technology to private industry. Private companies will produce the components quickly, and SSLV can be assembled within hours, within days, and ISRO can have multiple missions planned within a month. It reduces the turnaround time compared to a traditional launch vehicle. And the idea is to launch multiple small satellites like micro, nano, and pico satellites into orbit. This will fetch more revenue for India. So statement 2 is wrong. Statement 3 is absolutely correct. It has much lower turnaround time, meaning ISRO can plan multiple launches, commercial launches. Statement 4 is also correct because it can launch vehicles in low Earth orbit only. It can place satellites at an altitude of 400 to 500 kilometers above the Earth. So 2 statements are correct. You have to check how many of them are correct. Option B is the right answer. Only 2 statements are correct. Next question, consider the following statements with reference to ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. It's a recent initiative of the Government of India to enable e-commerce in India and to break the monopoly of the large e-commerce players like Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, and others. The question says it will act as a hosting platform for e-commerce activities. This is a wrong statement because ONDC platform, which is being developed by the government, it will not host any apps on its own. The government is not creating a super app. The government is not building a super e-commerce app. It's only creating a basic platform on which the community, the consumers, the private companies, they can build their platforms if they want. So statement 1 is wrong here because it's not a hosting platform. It's not a super app in itself created by the government. All right, it's just a e-commerce platform which is open. So here the buyers, the sellers, they can create their own platforms. And the buyers will have the choice to purchase from any platform that they want. The statement says under ONDC, both buyer and seller have to use the same platform or application to do a business transaction. This is a wrong statement. The platform is meant to promote cross transactions between different platforms. Now, from your Amazon account, you can place an order on Flipkart as well. That is the concept of ONDC. The idea is to break the monopoly of large e-commerce companies. So on ONDC, when you search for a product, it will show up multiple products. Even if you're accessing it from the Amazon or Flipkart account, you will see products from the rivals as well, the prices there. So consumers have the choice. They can choose the cheapest product, the best quality product they want. Consumer becomes the king, thereby breaking monopolies of large e-commerce companies. So that is the intention of the government of India, to create an open platform where e-commerce activities can be enabled, where buyers and sellers have a free choice, a democratic choice, where they can choose the products, the services that they want from a wide set of services which are available. Third statement says all digital commerce applications can voluntarily choose to adopt this platform. This is absolutely correct. It's voluntary. If they're interested, they can use this platform. So right answer here is option C. 3 only is the correct answer. Next question from nanotechnology. Consider the following with reference to nanosponges. Nanosponges consists of polymeric nanoparticle core. It is biodegradable and stable at high temperatures. It is used in targeted drug delivery. All the 3 statements are correct. Option B is the right answer here. Nanosponges, they have this polymeric nanoparticle core which has a mesh-like structure. At the nano level, each nanoparticle will have this mesh-like polymeric nanoparticle core, and inside the mesh, inside these gaps, you can fill the drugs that you want and use the particle for a targeted drug delivery to specific organs. Nanotechnology can be used for targeted drug delivery, and nanosponges enable that. It's a sponge which has gaps in the meshes at the very core, which can absorb the core ingredient that you're adding, which is a drug, a targeted drug which is being added. Like a sponge absorbing a liquid or a water, this particle will absorb the drug in the meshes, in the gaps present, and it remains very stable at high temperatures. It is biodegradable, of course, because it has to be injected into the human body. So it is biodegradable. Once injected, right, it can be used for specific targeted drug delivery at specific organs, at specific cancer-causing cells, etc. So all the 3 statements are correct with regard to nanosponges. Next question. CAR T cell therapy is touted as revolutionary treatment for cancer patients. It is related to what? It is related to immunotherapy. This was another groundbreaking development in the field of cancer treatment, and it is from the field of immunotherapy. CAR T cell therapy enables your immune system to more effectively target cancer-causing cells. In cancer patients, the T cell production, which mounts the fight against the foreign bodies, can be enhanced. It can be enhanced through something called as CAR, that is chimeric antigen receptor. A chimeric antigen receptor is lab created. It is artificially created in the lab. So if this is added to your immune system, to your white blood cells, your T cells will produce those specific receptors required to target the cancer cells. So from a cancer patient or from a person who has a history of cancer running in the family, blood can be taken, the T cells can be separated, and it can be added with CAR, chimeric antigen receptors, which is created in the lab. So this will train the T cells, the immune system, to target the specific cancer-causing cells, thereby breaking them down. So this is an immunotherapy. It's a type of immunotherapy to prevent and treat cancer. It's a revolutionary technology which has come up. So right answer here is option D. Now I think we have come to the last question here, which refers to the monkeypox disease, which made a lot of news over the last 1 year. It triggered scares of another epidemic or pandemic. According to WHO, cases occur close to tropical rainforests inhabited by animals that carry the virus. It's an absolutely correct statement. Monkeypox is usually reported in areas where you have tropical rainforests, especially in Africa. But of course, in this case, in the recent outbreak which happened, the disease spread to many other countries, including Western countries, temperate countries as well, like US, Canada, Europe, right? But the native location of this disease, the virus, is mainly African nations which are part of the tropical rainforest region. Symptoms of monkeypox are similar to smallpox, absolutely correct. Common symptoms like fever, nausea, body ache, etc. are reported. And there is no proven treatment for monkeypox yet. Absolutely correct statement. You don't have a vaccine or a specific treatment for monkeypox. Only the symptoms can be treated. It is symptomatic treatment. All right. So all the three statements are correct. So option D is the right answer. So with this, we conclude the discussion of the full-length mock test. I hope it's been a fruitful discussion. I hope you have learned important topics. You have learned what kind of questions will come and how to prepare for the upcoming prelims. So do support the initiative by liking the video, share your comments below. Also subscribe to the channel as well. And don't forget to register for the free prelims test series. Next Sunday, that is the 13th of November, we have the second free test series as part of the All India test series that we have launched. The next test will be entirely on polity. It's a sectional test on Indian polity. So do register. The link has been provided in the description box below. Take up the test on 13th November and we'll also have a discussion on all the questions. So that is it from here. Thanks for being with us. All the best. Good night.